Oh, good day. So, now that I get time to get coding, today will be a longer stream. I finished some work and also did my workout. Yeah, very long workout today. But now I'm ready to code. And the other thing that we have to keep in mind, I have my window open because it's very hot in Germany right now, and I don't have any way to cool myself else than opening the window. Obviously, the cars will not get too loud. Normally, the filters of OBS are just going to filter out any noise, so it shouldn't be a problem. But let's see about that. And normally, most people who watch are not expecting top-notch quality. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't try, but um, I think a car driving by will not destroy the stream. Okay, so let's get to business. Yesterday we tried to finish our difficulty settings, and we nearly did that. But in the end, we were running into one little bug, and that bug is here in the sub-step to-do list. So what does it say? Fix multiple times loading problem. Yeah. Fix difficulty at start. So the problem that we now have is we've set up our difficulty here. So let's test this out and try to make the same mistake again as yesterday. So when we are starting a new game, we can choose the difficulty right here. Let's put this to like softer here, and randomly just choose a character. And now we press enter and wait for the game to load. And now on top of the loaded level, Unity is going to load the level again on top of this level. So what's happening right here is, I think this is a coding error by me. It's not Unity's fault, but we have to find out how this works. Now the second thing that is different from how it should be is, if I now pause the game, you can now see level 1 is loading, and this will keep us from doing anything, from loading more levels, even on top of that. So this is the first thing that we need to address. This can't stay in the game. This is effectively breaking the game. The second thing is we didn't load the correct difficulty. So the difficulty should be 1 now for easy, but it is 2 for default. And I've talked about this when I was going to sleep. I think this is a really easy change. So first let's close all of these tabs here. Clean that up because we did a lot of work of them. Not the global variable zone, though. Let's go into the game controller and look at how the difficulty is loaded into the game. So right here, you've all these things to set up your save game, and here is where it loads the difficulty, and it's trying to get the difficulty plus save string, and if you don't get it, the default value will be 2. Okay, so the problem is we never save it. We never saved our difficulty this way, so this is always going to load 2. So how do we fix this? We just have to go into the drop-down menu that is inside the UI here. We try to find it here. And we are going to look at the code here. I think it's a saving problem. This is never saving. Here, this is never saving with the same function as we are loading. Here, we are going to load difficulty plus a save string, But when we are, this is what we are loading. This is what we are saving. We are just saving difficulty. And we could just save the difficulty and globally load it to have only the difficulty set up in every game. But the problem is we can have multiple saves, and we want to save the difficulty together with the saves. So how are we going to do that? Can we address that? So first we have to get what is the save string. So first of all, when we are starting the game, we need to put this to default. So let's try to find where this is. Here's a start a new game function. So we know this is when we are starting a new game, and this save string will now say new game save. Okay. So let's also take a look into the save function. And let us look where the new game save is actually being used. So I actually could have looked the save CS up inside of the inspector here. Yeah. File explorer. Sorry, this is a file explorer. Little mistake by me. Now this is going to set the difficulty plus the save string. So let's first just plain set up that if we start the game, we can load the difficulty. For that, we would just have to first set the global difficulty. So when we reload the game, stop down right here is going to try to set itself to the value here that is inside of the difficulty. This should be set to default. Let me check this up. Okay, it isn't. So first let's make sure that when we start the game from the menu, that we are that we have the right difficulty. So this is the difficulty that is set up inside of the menu. This is only in the menu now, or is supposed to be only in the menu. Then when we start a new game, we are going to use this new game save. Where is it? Here. Now if we start a new game, we don't need any new string because we can just use the global difficulty that has been set up by the user. So this will actually work, yes. Now, if we then continue to play, we have to put this into information into the next level. This is going to be done here. Actually, this is done right. But we have to make sure that we also save the difficulty right. Okay, so let's see that. Yeah, here it is saved. Now there's only one thing that we have to worry about now. And that is you can set the difficulty if you are dead. Let me think for a while. If you're dead, you can reset the difficulty. We would just put this to the default value. Then the problem is when we are loading a game, there can be multiple saves, and each save can have a different difficulty. So when we are loading the game, we need to have the information what save this is from. So how did we ever save this? Okay. Ah, okay, we don't have to take care of that. That's my bad. You don't have to take care of that. Because it's only saving when we finish the game. Then it's creating multiple saves. And aside from that, we will never use these save strings again. And when we are loading, it will save with the save string. So these loads will have the different difficulties. Yeah, this is going to work. Let's carry it over to the next level. It will then be a default save and be loaded inside of the game controller here. When we are going to the next level. Now we only have to make sure that what happens if we set the difficulty after we die? And then going to globally set the difficulty without a save string. Also have to add this line here. Okay, this should be enough. Now we should carry over the difficulty to the next level. And after that, we have to make sure that we can also set the difficulty if we are dead. And for that, we need to, for the testing, we still need to recode how we are loading the level, because there's an error right now. Okay, let's see what happened. So this time we didn't load twice. That's interesting. So no loading error. Let's see what difficulty we have. 2. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, that's not correct. So, what happened? This did set the difficulty, default difficulty. What happens if we load a new level? Oh, it's setting itself to new game save. Ah. So we also have to overwrite this, I guess. And I'm pretty sure that this will not work, but let's just find out what happens. So I was surprised that we actually could load the level normally. It might be that the that it is bugged if we pick the female character, which would be weird. Okay, it really did not change anything. Oh, I think I have to reapply the drop down first, because I didn't click it. Nothing was saved. Yeah, let's try this again. Okay, let's put this to 0. And let's see what happens. So now the difficulty is 0. That's correct. Now let's die. Let's change the difficulty. It correctly says it's don't hurt me. Let's change it to slightly softer and restart. See what happens. It is now set to 1, which is slightly softer. Okay, it's nice. Now, the next thing is, what happens if I finish the level? For that, we are going to cheat here. And just put the character to the end of the level. Okay, now let's look if we have set the difficulty to 1. It is 1. That's correct. Okay, that's nice. So we now have done our first task. Set difficulty at start. Fix multiple times loading problem. Okay, now let's try this. If this only with a female version, that would mean that there's that I did not set something up with this button point here. So we can already see that there's a problem. Now has loaded 2 loading screens. No, it seems like it has even loaded 3 loading screens. That's odd. And now you cannot load. Let's try this again with the male character. Maybe it was because I skipped the video at the beginning so fast. Okay, we see now that there's 4 loading screens loading here. This is really problematic. After that, now you should already load a new screen, but I can't do anything. No, I can't do anything. So we have to make sure that the game controller cannot load multiple instances of a scene at once. And I think what happened is here that because I pressed enter multiple times because I wanted to skip very fast, the button said load the game, load the game, load the game, load the game 4 times, and then each loading screen was added on top of that. So we have to look at the game controller and make sure that it cannot do this multiple times. This is not public. Let's see where you are called. And there's a lot of possible calls. So I think this is the method that was called. So let's just make a check here. And save the loading coroutine into a variable. And now we can check if this coroutine exists. Now we have to set up the variable. And let's look up what we are actually triggering when we are pushing this button right here. It says game controller intro. So yeah, this is being called by the button, and wait, where is it? Intro. This is called by the button, this function here. And now we make sure that we don't set the loading screen multiple times. If we spam enter, now in the next scene, that is the intro scene, let's see what happens there. Let's go to the scene. Let's make sure that if we spam enter in the intro video, we can also not trigger the first level to be loaded multiple times. So, this is a loading screen. Intro here, intro. Okay. There's a script change scene. Start new game is called. Okay. Now we have to make sure that in start new game, this function, we're doing the same thing. Now there's one thing that I'm still worried about, and that is that what if this is not null? So let's check it out. If it is put automatically to null, if we have loaded our scene or not. And hopefully this will work now. Hopefully everything will function. Okay, seems to work normally. Yeah, let's check it out. And I've spammed enter. The bug seems to be fixed. Let's go to the main menu. Try to play the game and spam enter, load the game. And let's look if this will break the game or not. Okay, spamming enter. I skipped the intro. First level is loaded. And everything is set up correctly. So I can completely skip the intro and everything just by spamming enter without breaking the game now. Okay. So this was a really fast fix here. So the last thing that we are going to do with the UI, and then we are finished with the UI for a real long time, I guess. There's still one option here. As an easy fix also. Here we can set the language, and we have two buttons here. One is English and one is German. And instead of having two buttons and you don't know which language you actually use right now, okay, you can just read every button and you see the language, but you normally do this with a drop-down menu. So we are going to change this. This is going to be real quick. And I think in the main menu we have a drop-down. For the difficulty, we can just use that. Let's copy this drop-down right here. go to the options and insert this game object. Now put these values to 0. I can't see the drop down. I think it's infinitely small. Let's put the scale to 1. Okay, now we have imported this drop down. We still need to set up the position correctly. And we could also think about how we arrange our options menu now, because it's a little bit cramped in here. I think this goes over here. This button is going to be deleted. And we can put this button on the position of this button, the English button. And the music sliders are going to be in the center right here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So let's first set this button up. So for this, I'm going to copy the German button component, put in the values. Now this button is exactly at the position of the German button, the same size, and we can delete the German button. We don't need this anymore, because this will be done by this drop down. Now let's set up the drop down. It's going to be different. We only have 2 languages, which are English and German. Well, let's make this German. We have to change the headline. So the name of this drop down. Okay, now we can see that this is language. And we also have a script here, which is the difficulty drop down script. And we need to change this to be new script for the language, which does exactly the same as the difficulty, but for the language values that we already have set up. So let's try to find this drop down. Okay, now we have the position, the right folder for the script. We want the script to be in the same folder, nice and clear. And we name this new script language dropdown. Now we don't know what do we want to do inside of the code. So how do we do this real quick? Is we just copy everything from the difficulty dropdown and insert it in the language dropdown, because there's not much different stuff that we want to do. Let's fix the imports. Okay, now we already have a working dropdown. Okay, let's see what this does. Okay, first just a name change. Okay, has a really nice function to automatically set up the language in German or English. Now we have to worry about this function right here. Set language. And the English, we want to set the language. And instead of reading the difficulty, we are going to read the language from the global variables. And going to save it inside of the player preferences. So let's see if we have still something with difficulty. Yes, here. Okay, now we don't have any keyword that says difficulty. This should actually work. We have finished with setting up the dropdown already. Now this is actually very easy because we are not really coding. We are just copy and pasting code and adjusting it to a new button. But nonetheless, it did go pretty smooth. Now we need to add the script to the drop-down menu. We are going to enter the German names here. We don't need to add English names because the English names are the default names right here in the options. We only have to add the German names here. So this will automatically set up its button names if we switch the language. And I think we are finished. So let's disable the English button for now. We need it only for its position. Let's copy its position and let's get the controls button over here. There's also a headline that we can get rid of. This one. We don't need this. And the next thing that we will do is set up the volume. But let's test this out first. Let's first make a test if now we can set the language with a drop down. Okay, now the drop down is not displayed correctly. But aside from that, if I change the language here, everything is working immediately. Now I will restart and let's see if the game is still thinking we are in German, which would mean it saved everything correctly. It didn't. Now we are in English. Okay, that's also a problem. Now let's see why this happens. Okay, I'm going to set this to German. Let's go to the global variables. Oh, I cannot see the variable. Actually, I think I have to go into debug mode. Okay, the language is one is for German. Okay, that's correct. So, what went wrong? We did set this int language. Let's see how the language is normally saved in the saving function. Ah, okay. It's called by its German name. That's unfortunate. Okay, this should fix that one. And now let's fix the drop down. Now, how does this work? We have this template here. This is a drop down where it's going to try to place its buttons in. And I think this is too big now. This should be -1 or -2. I think -2 for 2 buttons. No, -1. This is a little bit of a weird function. Let's just try out what happens now. I think it has to count from 0. And then you have 1 space for each button. Okay. Ooh, okay, that's not good. Okay. But let's see if we can save the language now. Yes, now this isn't German, so the saving function works. We only need to fix the dropdown. Good. Okay. Now I have to say I'm not too convinced that the Unity drop-down menu is a really good one. Because sometimes it's a little bit prone to having placement errors, like just what we had encountered now. Hmm. Yeah, I think it was set up to be half, 1/5 of the size of the total drop-down menu. Now it should be half the size. Yeah, that fixed it. So the problem back here was it was set to 0, 2 to 0, I think. And now I set it from 0.5 to 0, half the size. Now each of these buttons are going to be half the size of the drop-down menu. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. Now let's set up the menu a little bit different. So it's So right now we have this big gap here in the middle of the options menu. So let's rearrange those two sliders, put them over here, and call it a day, I guess. So for this, we are first going to insert the correct height and width for the button. Now we have to turn them down. We don't want them to be exactly at the same line as these two buttons, so that they line up correctly. So let's find the drop down here. Also, let's maybe put this a little bit more up. I need to rearrange these buttons here. They are not in a good order right now. But first, let's put in these two sliders. And then arrange the game objects so that they make more sense. It's a little bit hard to find anything right now. So these are... I need to take out my calculator to keep in numbers. So the middle of the min-max value in height is 5.25. And this is 0. 0.05 units long. So it should go from 5 to 5.5. Yeah, okay, that's correct. Now we have lined them up. Let's do this with the main value slider too. So the middle of this is 7.5. Seven to 5, so this code should go from 7 to 7.5. Yeah, okay, that's nice. That worked out. Okay. Didn't even need the calculator right now. Now we can rearrange these game objects here. Right now they are a little bit randomly mixed up. Like the full screen is here, it's in the middle, but it's a second game object. So let's start with these toggles. First should be the lightning toggle, then the random level toggle. Next one is aim assist and aim visualization. Can't read that one here. These two are going to be put down here. I'm going to rename this English name. Display damage. Okay. So now this is the first row. Now we're going to put the volume sliders full screen. and the back button. Then we are going for the controls, the language drop down, the subtitles toggle, and the credits. And these two here, these two are extra. They are the last ones because these are only available in developer mode. These are for making trailers. So with these buttons, I can make myself invulnerable or turn the HUD off, so I can record gameplay footage much faster without having to do anything inside of the game. Okay, this looks fine. So I guess can delete this task here, which leaves us to the next task. So we can say difficulty settings. It's done. It's done. Okay. So the next tasks are quite easy. Apply twirl to enemy shader graph. This will be exciting. And then even more exciting one. This will be a little bit difficult. Even more than 5, I think. Try out bloom effect for the background, attacks and torches. This is going to be huge because this is going to affect the whole look of the game. Because if the background has a bloom effect, this bloom effect is going to fade into your level. And if you look at other 2D games, all use fade effects, bloom effects for the backgrounds nowadays because it just looks very, very good. But we will research this before we start this task, how we want to do this. Now let's try to apply twirl to the enemy shader graph, a blood effect. Okay, let's leave this here, this little menu. Let's look one more time into the menu if everything is set up correctly. And we have an error. Okay. Yep. Okay. There's hard-coded button find. It's looking for the button, but it's looking for the German name, not the English one. So let's try that again. Okay, seems to be working. Yep, we can change a lot of settings here. Okay, that's fine. So that one's finished. Let's go to the test level. So we're inside of the test level. Let's put our character here, over here. Also testing. And also add an enemy. It's going to be the peasant. And give him not a lot of health. Let's give him 1 health. Because we want to improve of one of his death animations, which is going to be displayed a lot of times. So let's hit play and see what's the problem right now. Okay, we have an error. I think it's also a hard-coded button. Yes. It's looking for the wrong button name.
Ah!
Value cannot be null. What is this? Hey, can't find his attack. $203. That's weird. Hmm. Yeah, so it's looking up in the dictionary, but the value cannot be null. Looks like the character did not set up this himself correctly. Let's try again. That's a really weird error.
Hey!
Hmm. So it looks like it didn't set up this melee step attack correctly inside of his dictionary, which is odd. Ah, I know, because this is done by the game controller right now. So this is hard to test inside of the game. No, you should do this when setting up his character. Hmm.
Hey!
Ah, okay. We need to tell the character to set himself up instead of doing this by the global variables for some reason. Let's take a look inside the global variables. So this method should be called okay, it's only called if we load a level. So for testing, we have to put this button on. Yet He said I tested the whole time and never encountered this bug. I think in the end I did put a did set this from the start function into this not the level function. Yeah, that's maybe the problem. Okay, let's try again. Um Oh, I think what happened now is he did set his difficulty. And because the difficulty is very easy right now, he has 1 HP, and his 1 HP is multiplied by 0.5. And after that, it's going to round down. So let's make sure that after we do all of this, let's switch here. We are going to check if any value is 0. We set it up to 1. It's mostly just for testing, because we are not going to have anyone in the game which has just 1 health. It's a little bit more convenient for testing. Okay, he still kills himself. Why? Hmm. So he starts with 1 maximum health and 0 health. Okay, we also have to put this into an if function. Now it will work. Now it will work 100%. And we can get to the next step, what we actually want to do. Hey! Okay, let's do this again. Okay, there's another button not set up correctly.
Lane!
Okay, now, what do I say? The character here, you can see the character. What happens if you bite him? He's just going to be turned into a red color, and then he's going to shrink until he's going to be so small that you can't see him and being destroyed. Or that he will destroy himself. Okay? Now he's gone. His game object is going to be destroyed to be not be anymore inside of the memory and don't use any resources. We don't want this, so we are going to destroy him. So now we've fixed all of this just to showcase what the problem is. One thing that I still don't like about this is how we are going to load him up. Set enemy difficulty. I don't want to go into I don't want to test every time and have to then toggle this button. I don't want this. So how are we going to do this? We need to call this function if we are testing. How are we going to do this? There has to be a way. If you just put this inside of the wake function, we have the problem that the enemies are set up too early. And the main problem is it's done before we have loaded the level completely. So I don't want this inside of the wake function. What's this really weird? Where is the game controller checking if there is another game controller? Oh, he's going to destroy himself in the end. Okay. Still fixing the same bug that we had with other buttons. Just seeing that right now. It's sure that there's no more multiple loading screens possible. No. Okay, now this is fixed. I still don't have an idea how to set up the enemies in test levels conveniently. So the problem is right now, we can set up the enemies. If you say the difficulty has been already set up, then every enemy is going to set himself up by himself. But I don't want to hit this toggle every time because it's going to be so annoying every time to test a new enemy, a level, and having to go back to this toggle here and put this toggle on and off, and in the end this could lead to errors. So I don't want this. Just doing this multiple times. For now, if this causes an error, okay, I will find out later. I cannot see any error with this right now. But if this makes a sorry. If this is going to cause an error, it causes an error. I cannot do anything about it.
Lane!
Okay. So this doesn't cause an error right here. If this is going to cause an error, we will find out later. So I can do something about it, but not right now. I just want to test right now. And what we want to do right now is want to set up the enemy shader. This is material here. And this material here, let's go into the shader graph. This should add a red color. If he does, it's going to add a red color to the graph and make our guy red. So let's see. No, that's not it. That's not it. Sorry, that's not true. Has to be another graph. Oh, it's just this blood effect here. This simply adds red color to our guy. Yeah, just like this. Now, what we want to do is, if he dies, we want his vertices to be displaced. Hmm. But he doesn't even use vertices. That's problematic. Let's look into nodes. So what does light twirl? Okay. Twirl. Yes, here, twirl. We want to do this with our guy here. So what can we do? Let's maybe add another lerp. Put in this alpha right here. I think this should still work. And with the second, going to the twirl. What's going to happen if we change the values? Oh, nothing. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's not what we want to do. If we combine these effects, then we can have a nice one. So how we are going to do this? We are going to add them together. Add or multiply? Think add. Okay, let's add them together. So first, this will still not be working. If you add these together, you see that there's a lot of wet outlines here, but not at the spaces that we want. We only want these this blood effect to be on our guy. And maybe to turn him around a little bit. And twist his mapping. Okay, we just want to have this in the center. Set this to 0. I like the 0 value here. Only want to adjust the strength. If we make this to 1 minus, no, nothing. It's clamped. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. Hmm. So that means that we have values here that are over 0 and 1. That's why lamp isn't working properly. Hmm. Now we are going to subtract. Now we have this effect that we want to have. Just still a little bit weird. Need to make this a little bit stronger then. And here we go. Now it works. And we're going to clamp this. No. Need to multiply them. Because we want to make sure that we don't have anything that is not in the original alpha value. Then we are going to subtract and use this as alpha. That's weird. Okay, now here we go. Okay, this doesn't seem to do anything. So what do we actually want? We want this effect on top of the on top of the original guy. It would be nice to have some kind of distortion, but we don't have that right now. Let's look it up. Simply Google this. Unity shader graph distortion. Now, there's a high chance that they will do this with vertices. Let's just look into some videos.
Of that, and then plug that into the offset portion of the tiling and apply that to our sphere. You'll see that it works. Here's our scrolling texture. Now go back to our shader graph, and we're going to want to get the scene color. Basically, we're going to want to get what the screen looks like. So get the screen position, and we're going to plug that into a scene color node. And here it is like this. And now we're going to want to plug that into a multiplication node, multiply by exposure. This is important if you're using HDRP, not as much if you're using URP. Now plug that into our base color, save that, go over to our scene again, and go into our material, make it into transparent, and then you'll see how it's working, except for it's lit a little bit strange. So go back to our shader graph, change the lit to unlit, save it again, go back to our scene, and there we go. It's working perfectly. Move it around, it's rendering what's behind it. So now we're going to actually want to offset the screen UVs for the actual distortion effect. So let's group this up so that it's a little bit cleaner looking. So we'll move this around just so everything looks all right. All right, that's looking cleaner. Now, just to show you what this looks like, here's a preview node to see the actual texture I'm going to be distorting with. So the little Perlin noise. Now we're going to want to basically add that to this screen UV. Before we do it, we're going to multiply it so it's not as strong. So multiply it by something like this, something really small. And plug that in. We'll move this a little bit so it's a little cleaner first. There we go. And now plug that into the add node. So it's adding to the screen UVs. Just like that. You can't really see it. But if you go back, and maybe we'll make this a little bit larger, you can tell it's there. It does that basically. It's going to be distorting, offsetting the UVs. But that will be too much. So we'll go down to 0.05. All right. And now that's basically the entire shader. So let's just quickly clean everything up. Move this all together. We'll do this one bundle here for the actual scrolling of the distortion texture. And this area is going to be offsetting the UVs of the screen UVs. And we'll smooth these out of the way a little bit. And this final, most important part is to connect these new offsetted UVs to the scene color. Let's do that right now, just like this. And then we'll save the asset. Now go to your scene, and it should be all working. You have a sphere distorting there is behind it. One other thing that we can do is add a parameter, a property. So we'll drag the thing of a sphere distorting there is scene color. Let's do that right now, just like this. And then we'll save the asset. Now go to your scene, and it just one part, and we'll smooth.
No, that one won't work for us. Unfortunately, that wouldn't work for us. So how can we do this? Oh, that looks interesting. That's not what we want. Okay, this is not being distorted, unfortunately. Hmm. And try out different UV maps. Let's see what happens if we instead plug this in and put this into the object space. No, it's not going to anything. Okay. It simply doesn't work then. We put this as base color. And its color is just off. It's also no. No, no, no. Hmm. Unity shader graph twirl texture. Now we could make a 3D object and make sure that we twirl everything behind that, but that would be a weird workaround. I don't want it to do this like that. Hmm. Shader graph twirl causing texture stretching. That's exactly what we want. But not like this. Okay. This here looks a little bit more interesting. Maybe I want to copy this. It's going for a mission though. Not sure about that one. Oh, then he connects those two. There's no twirl inside of this. Yeah, there's no twirl. Hmm. Okay, let's go here. What is he doing? Series. Let's just copy what he did. Time. Load. Multiply. Then put those in as offset in the twirl. It's not actually what we want. Let's just do it. Okay, we don't see anything happening right now because this is set to 0. Then he plugs all of this. Let's put them into some kind of group. And he puts them into a sample texture 2D. So UV. It's going to be the main text. Ooh, okay, that looks interesting. Then he only uses the alpha. Hmm. Fair enough. Ooh, this is beautiful. Oh, now he's being distorted. He's being distorted. That's so nice. So we can then increase his strength, and this is how he's going to be distorted. That's so nice. That's actually what we want. We still have to find why the position is so weird. So can we? Yeah, we can put him into a better position. But if we don't use the position as the UV map, that's actually what we want. Then instead of the strength, let's get rid of all of this here. Use this as a main text? Yes. Think this one is useless now. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Don't need those two. Let's create a new float. Distortion strength. So what we are going to do is, when he's dying, we're going to apply this to him. This distortion strength. And we're just going to increase this value. So what you can see right now, that his body is twisting slowly into a twirl. Now we really turned him into a twirl. And I think this should go from 0 to 50. And then we are going to make him smaller. This will be done with script. So if you put this to 0, oh, we still have to do one more thing. We have to use this alpha here, like we used to. So let's put fade to 0.5. Damn it. Now I have to find out what we use as the alpha channel. Yeah, this is it. So this was the alpha channel. We want him to fade out. And we have to now we have to think. Let me think. If we want to adjust the distortion, we don't want to use the information out of this channel here. If we use this channel, we don't want the information out of this channel. But we can simply lerp them. Yeah, okay. If we just add a lerp channel, yeah, that's easy. Okay, so we're going to do a lerp. And we're going to use the lerp as a simple switch. So we add those two together, put the out here. Now, if you want to fade, this is the default value. This will be set to 0. If you want to twirl, set this to 1. Now fade won't do anything, except displacing some effects, but this is not what we care for. Now this will have full control over the twirl. And since when we add the distortion, we will have added this blood effect. Yeah, so we will have added this blood effect. His whole body will be red. That's awesome. And now we can do this effect and let him clump into null space, whatever. Okay. So let's remove the blood effect. It's actually we can put in the blood effect. We don't need to define a new variable for this. We can just put the blood effect inside of here. So if we use the blood effect, we should put this to 1. And then we are going to distort him. And if we don't use the blood effect, we don't see anything at all. That's awesome. That's working. Nice. So let's save this asset and code it. So how does this work in the game? First, let me put this on my second screen. How does this work in the game? If an enemy is killed and he's a human, he will have this script which is called human death sequence. This one. And this is going to set this bloodied state to 1 really fast. And after that, it's going to start to make him smaller. So let's add a new boolean here. Oh, it's also setting fade. This is not what we want. Here we want to set distortion strength. Oh, that's the, oops, that was the wrong one. If blah, okay, if distort, just copy this. Okay, we don't want this to be in its own function. Hmm. I should already distort a little bit, but not very strong. And we still need to script him a little bit more. Just a little bit. But let's just see what happens. Oh, unit crashes. Yeah, that's a very interesting result. I didn't expect that one, I have to say. Okay, let's wait for Unity to finish and we start Unity then. So Unity has not completely crashed successfully. Now it has. Hmm. So oh, we're inside of the wrong function. This one is obsolete. It's not used. I'm going to use this later for some kind of maybe a poison effect. It's unfortunate. So this is going to be in the byte fade. So we have this dev progress %, and we want this to be 50 at the end. So let's just multiply this by 50. Yeah, this is actually it. This should actually work. So let's find out. He should actually now distort weirdly around. Oh, we did lose some information here. Now we did start at a different position that we actually want. We actually want, and also want this peasant to be here. Let's fix how his health is working. On health. Okay, let's save this up. And press start. Press start. Oh, this is a letter. Interesting. Why won't you die? How much health does he have? 1. What? How is he not dead? I guess I missed out on my attack or something. Hey! Okay, I didn't see anything. Let's try that one again. Now this time I'm not going to start in the ladder. Hey! Okay, let's put away our character. Here we see his faded body. But we don't see any distortion, which is unfortunate. And here, ooh, he's already shrunken down into nothingness. Oh, can't see anything. Didn't see anything happen there. So let's go back. Let's look into the dev animation duration. That's really fast. Going to change this one. So the problem was his death animation was playing so fast we couldn't see it. Okay, so let's try this again. Okay, I didn't see any distortion.
Lane!
Can we actually go on this guy? Come on, pick him up. And what I want to do here is pick his material. Oh, it's an instance. Oh, but we can say change the distortion strength. Let's set bloody to 1. This works, but bloody doesn't work. Blood effect does. Okay. Oh, what? What is that? That doesn't look like in the preview. Ooh. Interesting. Oh no. Oh no, we have to look up if the shader graph did save. Did it even save correctly? Oh no. There's a chance that we have to do our work again. No, it saved itself. So let's look up again into this spectroact here. Put this to 1 and distort him. That's working. Maybe we are not looking at, we need to take his position into account or something. Okay. Let's just try out different value for this world position here and see what happens. Nani? Okay. So it doesn't work with this world position. Let's try object position, see what that does. Also not working. Let's try absolute. absolute world. No. There's two more options. Tangent. Don't think that will do anything. And last one is view. Nope. Now it's a little bit weird that if we put the distortion strength to 0, he's invisible. Shouldn't do anything. Because we're not using the alpha. Oh, I think we are using the wrong effect here. What? Oh, no, this is going to lerp him, yeah. This behaves different from what we see in the preview. And there he goes. It's hard. What do we do? So the problem is that we have some kind of object space problem. So I think if we put this peasant at the 000 position, going to work? No. Oh, it does work. It does work. But it's going over its borders and everything. Ooh. So this would look so cool. If it just would work in the right kind of environment. This does work. It actually does work, but it works weird. I think it doesn't work for this peasant because for the peasant because his root position is somewhere up here. Let's look for the soldier. I think it should work perfectly fine for the soldier. No, it doesn't. He's been sucked into nothing. That's weird. Let's look into the soldier. So his pivot point is set to center. Actually, it had something to do with his pivot point. So we need some way to... We need two things. First, this is going over the edges here. We need to find some way to actually prevent him to go over the edges. Which is hard. And I'm not sure where this buggy alpha channel mess comes from. It's kind of where he was standing at the start. Damn, that would be so awesome if this would just work. So the second thing is, because this sprite here has a different size than this sprite. This is 500 by 500. I think this is why it is difficult to work. If not, I now set up the soldier here. It's the main text. Let's see if it works now on the soldier. No. Does it work on the peasant? Yes. That's weird. I might have to apply some kind of offset here, but I cannot guess it. I don't know what kind of offset I need to use. So I've put into the shader graph right now the soldier. You can see here's the soldier, and he's being distorted correctly. How is he? Yeah, he is. Okay, let's save this. See if it works for the soldier now. No, it doesn't. That's so weird. Oh, damn. Let's try the vector 2. Public one. For the distortion offset. And plug this into the offset here. Save this asset. Now we can look up if we can find where his offset would be. Ah, I see what happens. Okay, because this is a sprite sheet. It's behaving very weird. Now, if we would put in this death animation here. Now it works. That's that was why it was looking weird in the preview. Oh, but it's still not what we want. So no, this is what we want, but we have it's just not working as we want. There's this weird borders right there. I think that's his physics shape. Yes, this actually is his physics shape. So we also need to deactivate that or something. So can we use this as a sprite mask? This probably will not work. Oh, this doesn't do anything. So what is this physics shape? Outline? Oh, he doesn't have an outline. Really? Oh yes. This he has an outline I never knew. And when we are distorting him, we are actually going out of this outline and then he's not being displayed anymore. So what we actually want to do here is to find a way to, instead of doing this on the alpha channel, we want to do this with his vertices. So for this, I need to take a look, not at the code here. I need to take a look at how we are distorting vertices. And luckily we did that already. And can do this also with this guy, with everybody. So the problem right now, if you just distort his alpha channel, his physics shape will not be distorted that same way. And this will cause this little problem. So can use this health UI thing. I think it's this one. Yeah. So this is the hard shader graph. And with this, we can learn how to distort vertices. Oh, it uses a subgraph. So let's go inside of this subgraph. Open subgraph. And see what it is doing. Yeah, it's doing a lot. Yeah, I think this is the critical part. Apply the offset to sprite vertices. Let's paste it into this. I'm going to delete this connection here. So this is not being converted to object space. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's try to copy this. This adds a tiling and offset. Not sure if this will work. Maybe pixel size? Hmm. Hmm. What? That's weird. It's a little bit weird that I cannot plug this into. That I can plug it into this split node, but not this one. It's weird. So this vector 2 node here seems to be bugged. So it's so weird that I cannot plug in this into the UV map. No, this tiling it offset is broken. It doesn't make much sense to plug it in here. Nonetheless, I just wanted to try it out. A lot of these nodes are broken. It's really sometimes a little bit messy. And it works perfectly fine. No, it doesn't. Okay. Still find it a little bit weird that I cannot plug in this vector 2, but I can plug in this one. I guess they are both vector 2s. Why shouldn't I be able to do that? That's weird. I guess I need to find out how this whole system works. Need to rethink everything. Because I'm not getting progress. Maybe there's a way to cheat this. I've got an idea. Now, if we search for it, twirl vertices, maybe we can find a way. Like this is really nice because he doesn't even show the shader graph. Can you show the shader graph? Oh, it does. But he applies this to the color. That's unfortunate. No. Okay. Oh, he does a lot. Cool. Oh, let's just search for images. That's cool. Hey, why does it show cool images here? So I think the main problem that I do, main mistake that I do is I don't need this guy. I don't need this guy. I don't need the sample texture. I can plug this. Can I plug it in? Please, please. Come on, why can't I do this? I need to use this UV map somewhere, but it doesn't want me to apply it, you know? Oh, something's happening. Okay, let's save this and see what it does. So we can see that the guy here is oddly displaced. I think he's displaced in 3-dimensional space right now. That's a problem. Yeah. And if I'm pretty sure that let's look into 2D. Oh no. He's actually displaced in 2D. Just a little bit weird. So I guess this looks good until 10. It also does not do what I actually wanted him to do. Nonetheless, this is very interesting what's happening here. I think it's no. I think that's what's happening here. He has not enough vertices for him to displace this shader graph in a realistic way. So let's go into his dev sprite. This one. Find its parent. That is the sprite editor, skinning, and let's generate more data for him. Okay, and I want more outlines, way more outlines. More. Okay, that was maybe a little bit too much, but let's apply this. Let's also subdivide as much as we can. And let's apply this. And let's look what happens to him in game. And we can now see that his behavior looks way more realistic. Now he's now being torn apart. Ooh. This nearly looks artistic. Like he's turning into a mess. I would say up to 50 looks quite good. Let's see what it does to the other shaders. And they're just wobbling around a little bit. Now this is actually a visual improvement over what we have had before. I'm not gonna lie there. It's not what I expected it to do. A little bit unfortunate that we are limited by having a physics shape there. Now let's make one last try and look what happens if we take the peasant, his death sprite, put it into his death animation. And what would happen if I would just get rid of the geometry? I think he wouldn't render. Yeah. I think then he won't render at all. If I do this, now his geometry will be his whole box here. I guess. So maybe we are not allowed to have no geometry. Let's take a look at his shader graph. And what we want to do now is to plug this here back into the alpha channel, just as a test. Now you see he's again distorting. I'm not really seeing it. Maybe put out this vertex here. Okay, now we can distort him. We don't need to set the distortion offset, that was going nowhere. Okay, let's save the asset and look into Unity. Well, it actually worked. It actually worked. And this is better than vertex distortion. Because we tried vertex distortion. And it looked, yeah, it pretty much looked not as good as this distortion. Like we really want him to be sucked into a black hole and disappear when we're biting him. And this is the kind of effect that we need to apply to him if we want that. Very interesting stuff. Okay. So what we need to do to apply this to every enemy is to get rid of the def animation geometry for every enemy. Now first let's start with so we want to do this. I think this works. We've tried out multiple things and it's the only thing that worked out for us. I'm not seeing the shader editor. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's clean this up. So we tried to do this with vertices, but that had the problem that the vertices are limited by their oops. Actually, we don't want to delete all of this. The vertices are limited by how many there can be. There cannot be an unlimited amount of vertices. For this method here, this straight up just adds this alpha channel that we want. This just looks way better. So why wouldn't we do this? Okay, now let's put this over here. And we're going to create a lerp node. Plug this in here. This in here. Now we can switch between those two. Okay. Now we want to control this. Let's put this to one for a minute. The only problem is now if we twist his body, the distortion, we're only twisting his alpha channel right now. Now we could use this also with this color. Let's try this. What happens? Okay, we need to split this color. Doesn't work. Hmm. Maybe we need to clamp the values first. Nope. Now this is odd. This should actually work. I guess. Hmm. Because this is the same as this main text. There must be a difference. Multiplies. Oh, not really. Goes and adds some things. It's weird. Now this is why I don't like working with shader graph. Every time I work with shader graph, something really odd happens. And this, it's always taking way more time than I guess. And I can't figure it out why. Hmm. Looks like the information that is in there is actually not very useful. What? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Okay, okay, at least this one doesn't work. Does this one work? No, it also doesn't work. Okay. Okay, we can actually now control that his body is twirling no matter if we are adding a blood effect or not. That's very, very good. So let's get rid of this. Yay, part 5. What we actually want to do is to apply this to our whole graph here. And what we are going to do now is we're going to plug in the alt color again. And then the problem was like this. Now the color did not follow our guy here. But we can just plug in the same UV map into our main color mode. So for this, let's pick all of these graphs here. And put them up here. Because this graph, this UV map, is also going to be plugged in into our main texture. And now you see that he's following our distortion. And now he's going to be sucked into a black hole. Yeah, also simultaneously making him smaller. This is going to look awesome now. Okay, we have fixed this. Yay! Now we actually can close this. And all we have to do now is to go through every depth and fix their sprite. Go into this sprite editor, skin editor, edit the geometry, get rid of the geometry. Now it's going to work. So we're going to do this with every guy. And what looked to be a really dumb idea to have one sprite for everybody turns out to be great because now it's easier to edit them. Okay, I'm actually going to do this with 2 screens now. So, how do I stream this? I guess I can just put you guys to the second screen, and on the first screen, I'm just going to find the different dev sprites. Okay. So, going to find everybody and delete their physics shape. I never thought that I would do this, to be honest. Let's get rid of all the vertices in dev sprites. This is very unusual. But if it works, and there's nothing against it right now. I don't have anything against this. Yeah, why not? We're not using the 2D physics shape for anything, so we don't need this. Okay, that was it. That was every guy in the game. Now we have to recode this. Or do we? Let's just test it out. So let's see how this looks. Hopefully this will work.
Hey!
And I didn't see any distortion at all. Damn it. Okay, let's go again. It might be that it wasn't applied. Okay, now let's take the main character out of the way. I don't see any distortion here. Okay, any console errors? No. So the distortion strength is 0 right now. Let's look into the script again. But I think we are nearly finished. We're nearly finished. Okay, now let's look into it. We need to look at the death frequency. Don't need this line of code. Wait, what does this do? Well, it does nothing. This is to 7.5. This will be a little bit easier to observe now. Aside from we should actually be seeing some kind of distortion on him. Even now. No, Twitch soundtrack is bugging right now. Whatever. Okay, let's put Twitch soundtrack to pause.
Hey!
Okay. But it was my USB cable. I was not probably plugged in. Okay, there's an error with my device. Ooh, that's not good. Can't see anything right now. Ah, didn't see any distortion. I didn't see any distortion. That's odd. That's so odd.
Lane!
No distortion at all. But we should see some. Right now. Let's go click on him. And in his instance, the strength of this distortion has not been set. Okay, that's a problem. So let's look into that again. I think we did this one. It has to have this underscore here. Okay, now it's going to work 100%. And we will be finished with this effect. 100% this will work now.
Hey!
Okay, actually that was a little bit too fast. Okay, he's distorting, but 50 is too much. So let's set it to 20. Let's try 20. And let's set this back to 0.5.
Hey!
And look, odd. That looked odd. Let's put it to 10. It looked better, but it still looked a little bit odd.
Ah!
Yeah, that looked better. Let's try it again on to peasants. See if it works on them. Need to teleport. Yeah, that looks fine. I think this is a visual improvement and just what I wanted. Now, I think I can tune this down a little bit to have a little bit less duration. Because if you bite something, you want to have your healing very fast. And this effect that we just did is not going to be very noticeable. But it's nice that it's there. Also, we are now
Hey!
playing with a lower FPS than we usually do. Yeah, it's barely noticeable. So we worked an hour on an effect that is probably never going to be noticed. Awesome. So let's put this back to 0.4. And let's put the distortion strength to 5. Because right now it's still too fast. You don't really see what's going on there. And yeah. What can I say?
Hey! Lane!
Okay, you're not going to see this inside of editor mode very well. Because the frames per second in editor mode are a little bit tuned down. It's not enough to see the effect. But in game, you're just maybe, if you pay attention, going to see that this is a distortion. So yeah, that's awesome. Okay, let's clean up this script here. Now the only thing that is a little bit weird is if the blood effect is here, 0.5. I think it's not blurping very nice. It's at the distortion. Oh, never mind. I don't need to code anything. I don't need to code anything anymore. Yeah, this is finished. Okay, let's clean this up. So we have this all of this very in nice group that explain each other. This group here is at a sprite beat on pop. Okay, you're not using this right now for any effect, but it was nice to set this up. Maybe I will need this later. Okay, now we have this here, and this is going to be. Wait, what this is lerp doing? Oh yeah, it's switching between two modi. However, this doesn't seem to do anything. Does this mean we only need to change the base color of the alpha? Let's first test it out. It can be a little bit surprising, actually. Yeah, I'm surprised that this works. Even though we don't apply any change to the alpha channel right now with the twirl. That's really surprising. That's really surprising. And I can't even explain this right now. Let's save this and test it out. Why we don't need to put the twirl into the alpha channel. Oh, it is because we are editing this main texture, and this main texture is applying its alpha channel to this multiplier. Yes. Oh. So we don't need those two here. We can just use this alpha. Yes. Okay. Now we can clean up. Let's test distortion. Yes. Let's make him completely red. Yes. And I think it looks. Let's try how good it looks. And when it does look good. Okay, I don't think this looks good at 10. Let's go at least to 15. I think at 20 it looks also very nice. Okay. Put all the values back to 0. Save the asset. This group. At 12. Holy. If we knew from the beginning that we just have to plug this inside of this sample texture. Holy shit. That would have been so easy. We actually could have saved 1 hour. Oh. So, but I mean, we learned a lot. How awesome is that? And we ended up with the best result, I guess. So let's test this one more time. Oh, I wanted to set this dissolve effect here to strength 15. Okay, he was didn't see anything. Okay, let's try again. And then we will actually have completed the task. And then we are left with just the main task that we actually want to do. This is awesome. This is really awesome. Yeah. Okay, I think the main problem why it's not working with 15 is because it's applied so fast, there's so much movement within, your eyes just can't comprehend the data. So we have to put this to 5. Even though it looks very, very nice at 15, he's doing this in a half of a second. This is just not enough time.
Lane!
Because we need this to be longer for gameplay reasons. No, we could still we want to instantiate the seal effect after 0.3 seconds. We could make this animation longer, but wait less. So if we make this 0.6 seconds long, then wait only for 0.5 times the duration of the whole animation, it should still be fine. But then again, then we need to adjust this dev progress here. Because right now, we can't really comprehend with our eyes what's happening in there. It's a little bit odd. So let's slow it down a little bit. Still give the player the
Hey!
healing very fast, but now we could see that he was kind of sucked in. Let's try again. And I have to change that number. Yeah. To change this number here. So he gets into a red color very fast. And this should actually be it.
Ah!
Yeah, that kind of worked. We are not actually fixing anything now. What we now do is just artistic, trying to make this effect look good. Now you can see that the guys are actually being sucked in some kind of black hole. How awesome is that? So we are going to save here, and I'm going for dinner, make a small break. We can now cross out our next task here, and our next task will be really awesome. Now the next task can be really big, but the start will be we will just look to some YouTube videos of other 2D games and see how they look good. And this is about bloom effect from the background. And how they add that. We are going to look a little bit how to add that to attacks and torches a little bit, improve a little bit on that. Then after that, we are really in the testing phase. Making these new skill videos is going to take some time. Then we are going to test. So, thank you for tuning in so far. I'm going for a break and see you back again. Welcome back. Change the lighting a little bit. Because that's a little bit too bright. Okay. Welcome back. Oh, let me go one brightness less. Okay. So we have this awesome news task here before our new patch. And after that, we will really have done most of the hard work and can go through our next patches. And I'm really excited to do this because, yeah, the other tasks here that are still in this list are not as hard as the ASCII tasks that we already did. Except for the level variations. This is a hard task. This is maybe the hardest task that is still on the list, but aside from that, these tasks here are mandatory. Okay, making a trailer will take some time. Yeah. Another trailer. But aside from that, a lot of the tasks here are quite entertaining. So I'm very excited to have this patch out very soon. Now, unfortunately, what I did not think is that I would take longer than this week. Now, I'm going to work on Saturday and Sunday and stream it. So there's a good chance that I will be able to make it. But this task here that can still take some time. This will take some time to a whole day to be recording skill videos and put them in. I know how there's a lot of skills and just doing all the videos for that just takes a lot of time, and testing the patch can have unforeseen length. But fortunately, we did a lot of testing when we were adjusting the difficulty, and we already sorted out most of the bugs. And there's only undiscovered bugs left. Now, for the next task, we want this background here to have some kind of gloom effect. That gloom effect, I want to have it being applied to this foreground a little bit, so that we have some kind of gloom. First, let's try to just look for inspiration, because this is a really interesting task. So, sometimes copying things from other guys is just what we want. Now we have, for example, this 3D game here. See in the background that there's a small fade here. But that's not enough for us. Let's search for 2D indie game releases. Okay, nothing that I see directly. Trailers. And let's just look into inside of some of these games. Okay. Now this is a lot of fog. And it's not even 2D. Thank you YouTube. Your algorithm is perfect. As usual. Now let's just go through some games and look for inspiration. That's all we have to do now. And this looks like procrastinating, and this looks like mandatory, but it's not. Not this time. And I think I'm going to skip this trailer here, because these are all 2D games. And you cannot apply all the 2D rules for 3D.
Hello indie game fans, 2020 has been a wild and this are top notch, and they do so I can see this becoming awesome.
You know, I only battle worthy opponents.
So the first thing that we see here, and we don't know if this is added post or not.
The art and animation in this are impressive designs.
Glad to see you again.
They use a lot of gloom here, but I think this is
and
added in
animation
post-production.
top-notch, and they do seem to be heavily inspired by Hades in terms of meta animation in this are
This is added in post.
top-notch, and they do seem to
Now, if you look at this picture here, you could say, yeah, what's about it? What about it? You see that this pixels here, they are glooming. This is a gloom effect. Or bloom? I think it's bloom. Bloom. It's blue. Sorry. This is something we have to
be
keep
heavily
in mind.
inspired by Hades in terms of meta progression and the relationship system. So I can see this becoming
They don't use the bloom effect for the background though. Okay.
awesome.
You
They
know,
generally
I
have
only
better
battle
artists.
worthy opponents.
Or artists that have more time.
I believe the next update is imminent with a new area, more bosses and more, making it a great time to jump in.
So if you want to fight me, remember one thing. Don't disappoint me.
Okay.
Don't disappoint me.
Now this is interesting here. You have this effect from this flame here, and you can see how it's reflecting on the ground. It might be even that this ground has a normal map. No, I don't think that the grounds have normal maps. And it's still looking very impressive. Okay, they use normal maps.
Disappoint me.
Now, if you look at the stones here, you can see that the shadow is where the shadow should be. And now when these effects are spawned in, you will see that the reflection on the stones is going to reflect the lightning that is created by this explosion. I mean, just like here, you see that they use the tile set, but the normal map is reflecting towards the lightnings. Now, unfortunately, we don't have normal maps for our games, and yeah, doing this in post would require nearly a complete redesign of the levels, because the grid is. If I applied normal maps to tile sets as a test already, and it didn't work out because you could see the grid, and so I would have to fix this in every level, And there was a lot of technical problems with that. It's really unfortunate, but for now we have to skip normal maps. But let's look at every other effect that we can spawn in.
One of the developers that I would put money on when assessing who can consistently make great games is Drinkbox Studios, makers of the excellent Guacamelee series and the underrated Severed, where their latest Nobody Saves the World has not disappointed.
Yeah, this is something that we will try to do. But at the store, you see that there's some kind of gloom effect coming up. It's looking a little weird though.
This is a Zelda-style top-down action-adventure game that is simply so compelling, where you play as... This is a Zelda-style top-down action-adventure game that is simply so...
I really like what they did in this map here. I really like the soft edges on the slide here. Maybe it would be nice to have some kind of torch copying, just having a count to the top of the wall.
So compelling, where you play as Nobody, a nondescript default character who stumbles upon a magic wand that allows them to transform into a variety of different forms, from monk, rat, archer, dragon, and more, where each have their own special abilities which can be mixed and matched. The art, while not exactly memorable, does look very good, but the genius of this game lies in the progression systems, where there's always some quest or meter filling up that keeps you coming back, and add to that fantastic writing and you have a winner. You coming back, and add to that fantastic writing and you have a winner. And add to that fantastic writing and you have a winner.
So what they rely on is a lot of colors. Their whole picture is way more colorful than what I do. And I should consider maybe for the base base game, these colors here are very, very dark. They are realistic, but they are not very inspiring. And one might should consider turning up the saturation of this ground tiles here. It's very easy to do. Maybe can we change something about them? I don't think we can change the situation inside of the game though. What we can, but what we should do is make this moon have some kind of lightning effect. That's really what we should do.
Back, and add to that fantastic writing and you have a winner. If you grew up with JRPGs like me, you'll be happy to note that indie developers are carrying on that 8
This is interesting that they from the window is coming out these beams, which add to the lightning of the scene very much.
and 16-bit tradition into the modern age, with Rise of the Third Power being a great example of one of these. Its story is a highlight, loosely based upon the political climate around World War I, where warring nations are in conflict, and you and your party have to navigate these tricky waters. There are some modern tweaks, such as an equipment system that is based on upgrades, and given that it comes to us from the developer of the fantastic Arafel, is definitely of note. In terms of visuals, controls, and even
Yeah, that's more 3D. Kind of 3D.
game space, where an excellent example of why that is the case is Core Keeper, where you can think of it as top-down Terraria, and based on the popularity of that game, can certainly see where this is going. It controls like Stardew Valley, but has you exploring endless underground caverns, mining out resources and building out your base, while crafting better tools and equipment such that you can venture forth into the more dangerous parts of the world. While the formula is tried and tested, there's something about how refined this game feels, even while in early access, that has made this a hit, and add to that multiplayer support this game feels, even while in early access that has made this a hit, and add to that multiplayer support for up to 8 players, and it has gotten off on the right foot. While puzzle games are generally a niche genre, all things considered, when you've looked at as many games as I have, you tend to get a sixth sense about titles like Patrick's Parabox, which, while a Sokoban-style puzzle game at its core, has the recursive element which makes the puzzles something different. Right off the bat, I had the sneaking suspicion that it would be fairly popular like Baba Is You, and while not quite on the same level, is certainly a thinking person's game. I love indie games studios deem unviable.
Let's update the stream text. Looking for inspiration. Okay.
Despite having the IP, and such is the case with Heroes Hour and the Heroes of Might and Magic series of games. HOMM 1-3 were a critical part of my childhood, so it pains me to see that franchise stuck in limbo, but indie developers to the rescue, when this is heavily inspired, but does add their own twist with. It's been a very. The vaguely European landscapes are a delight, such as its. Let's kick. It is a good year to be a Heroes of Might and Magic fan, in that we have not one but 2 HOMM likes with Songs of Conquest, which. Another title pulling on those strings is Koromon, a pixel art monster taming RPG that is very similar to Pokemon, being the what if scenario if that series chose to continue with pixel art instead of going the 3D route. All the equivalent systems are here, including shinies and even Nuzlocke and randomizer modes. We're getting down to the wire here, where the picks get even tougher as we go down the list, where Rogue Legacy 2 gets a very special mention since this is a sequel to one of my favorite games of all time. The original Rogue Legacy was the game that got me into indie games in the first place, all time. The original Rogue Legacy was the game that got me into indie games in the first place, so I was very happy when the sequel was announced, and for it to turn out the way it has just makes me smile from ear to ear. This is a roguelike platformer where every playable character is part of a long lineage of heroes, where each time the character dies is succeeded by their son or daughter. That is the hook of this game, where every new character has a new class and, most importantly, traits, both cosmetic where every new character has a new class and, most importantly, traits, both cosmetic and ones that actually affect gameplay. You could be a dwarf chef with IBS, or a gigantic wizard with color blindness, where the sheer variety here is impressive, and as a sequel should, has become bigger and better than the original. As a sequel should, has become bigger and better than the original. There are some additional tweaks like incentivizing you like a fox, Zelda like the early Zelda games. It does enough to keep in that while it does share many
So with this right here is something that I was looking for. Like they are applying gloom to this window behind them.
similarities with the early Zelda games, it does enough to keep things very interesting. I always say that exploration and discovery in games is the most important aspect that goes beyond visuals, gameplay, story, sound design and more, where the sense of wonder that the developer is able to impart through their games is truly a wonder, which is done supremely well here. There are plenty of secrets and things to uncover, which might be to his detriment since I've seen complaints about the signposting in this not being good enough, but I do suppose that even if you manage to understand just 70% of what the developer wants you to do, it's already a fantastic experience, and then prepare to get your mind blown with the other 30% taking the #1 spot. For more action-adventure games,
Okay, what I could mainly see
and
is
see you
that
after this.
most of the developers use a lot of effects on spawned instances on attacks, like you can see this gloom on his head here. Just go through this. Here you see this is gloom. This is gloom. But they mainly don't do this for the background. They only do it for the background if there is some sort of window. And there you see maybe the sun through the window, sunlight through the window. Okay, let's go for more inspiration first.
While E3 2021 didn't fully deliver on its expectations in offering a week-long celebration of games, it was arguably indie games that benefited from E3 going totally digital, and this was one of the best E3 in years. We full reveal it have shown off a decent chunk of gameplay footage. Remember, if you will, this comes from one of the co-founders of Playdead, and from its look and feel, Somerville feels like it's shaping up to follow in the footsteps of the likes of Limbo and Inside. In truth, well, this reveal was one of our highlights of the whole of this year's E3. Up next, and at number 29, Inscription was one of the most interesting and all-round fascinating things we saw at the Devolver Digital Not E3 showcase. It's under development by the folks who made Pony Island, and while on the face of things it looks just like a generic deck builder, that's not the case, as the card aspects of the game are just part of something much wider. Developer Daniel Mullins has also pointed out via the game's Steam homepage, this game will contain strange and weird aspects, particularly within its horror sections. After all, this is coming from Daniel Mullins, so we're very much down addictive the gameplay looks, but also in how it looks overall with its playful and color on the periphery of your vision. One that way, and this one, well, it might be one copies. Unlike the first game, this follow-up sees you play as one of 4 different cleaners, each having their own skills to better clean up and tidy away the blood and all. Perfectly chill, as they look after and take care of your customers while adding to your collection. I mean, just look at it. Having also played the demo, which is available on Steam today as this video airs, it plays out like every bit the classic game it's looking to pay tribute to, or perhaps parody. General excitement about this watercolor-inspired narrative adventure. The game is set to flip between the past and the present, with you playing as a lady called Mimi, still under development, that it's still pixel art. In any case, this graphically looks incredible, as does the combat, with its shooting and melee elements, not to mention what also looks to be some decently solid looking platforming.
There's a good idea. Like in the levels outside, we could just make maybe some emitters and let some leaves fly down on the ground. Let's fight that up. Okay, just a spontaneous idea.
We're thinking Replace might be one of those sleeper hits from this year's E3, with it finding traction across smaller boutique sites like ours, alongside some of the industry heavy hitters. Moving on, and at number 20.
Okay, now you can see the background gloom is very, very strong here. Because I think in this game there's some fire going on. Yeah, it's about fire. Fire girl, yeah. That blends in with the background only.
Fire Girl stood out amongst the many other pixel art games at this year's E3. We can't say we've seen something like this before, with its firefighting gameplay, where you're able to set out and take on evil fires, all the while using your hose as a jetpack and doing a bit of people rescuing here and there. It looks and feels like something that might raise the blood pressure a little bit, although we are really looking forward to seeing where this one goes when it comes out, which at the moment should be around the Q4 of this year. Yet another surprise announcement, and one that saw our collective jaws drop to the floor, came from Far Changing Tides, the follow-up to Far Lone Sails. Unlike the land-based craft from the first game, in this one players will pilot a boat and sail across and underneath a flooded world full of mystery. The first game was a stunning gem of a title, and this sequel looks to follow in its footsteps, with we think it looking to deliver a contemplative, heartfelt adventure. Up next, at number 18, and another game from the Devolver Showcase. Trek to Yomi comes billed as a stoic tale of a young swordsman, and what draws us to this comes from its visual. Really excited about this plucky little fox, and to take part in its wider adventure. One thing though, the demo makes things fairly clear, this game will be no pushover. We suspect this vibrant and colourful world will offer a stern challenge when it pops out, we hope, at some point in the year ahead. Format that looks somewhat garish and yet fairly unique. Demon Turf should be out later in the year on PC and all of the usual consoles. And I'm a PC and yet fairly unique. Demon Turf should be out later in the year on PC and all of the usual consoles.
Just another idea. Use fog emitters as clouds. Well, I have clouds, but we can try that out. Okay, let's go on.
And I'm a 15 and all of the
Have you seen these lightning effects? This is a real 3D environment. This is why this will be hard to apply to our game.
Usual consoles. At number 15 and the halfway point for this E3 2021 indie game rundown, Hoa was one of the 75 or so games from within the Wholesome Direct and should be coming out this August 21st. It looks to be another of those deeply relaxing games that blends a calming musical score with what seems like a hand-painted artwork. All that being said, having spent a little more time looking over the footage, we're thinking Hoa might offer up a tougher challenge in some places than might have been expected. At number 14, and another game in this rundown we've had our eyes on for several years, we have Death Trash. Not only does its pixel art look so darn good, having played the brand new demo over the last few days, it plays out as good as it looks. It really does offer a decent and competent twin-stick shooter that feels like a tough and gritty play that's full of visceral, if pixelated violence. Death Trash is coming out in early access August the 8th. At number 13, White Shadows grabbed our attention, mostly due to its black and white stylings, which we don't mind at all, although others have said to us it might look a little too cliched when it's also coupled with its aim of telling a fable, with the developers having called it something like a mix between 1984 by way of Tim Burton. There's definitely a hint of stop-motion animation, which again is a plus point, with White Shadows expected out later in the year. From something that hints at offering stop-motion animation to something that dives all into that kind of art style. Vocabulantis was one of the highlights of the Day of the Devs presentation, which came straight after Jeff Keighley's Summer Games Festival kickoff show. Now this one is a long way out, with it not expected until 2024, with it currently under development by a team of 6. The developers have noted it takes inspiration from the likes of Unravel and the Little Nightmares series, with it based on a 2-player co-op. That said, players will be able to shift between the 2 characters, a boy and a girl, to give the option of a single player playthrough. This looks mind-blowingly good, and if we mentioned earlier, not due to land for a good number of years. At number 11, and from the Wholesome Direct, Voodoo is one of the few games in this list we didn't know anything about before the start of this year's E3. It looks truly stunning and appears to be a clever puzzle game about placing wooden objects within various scenes, and in so doing, they come to life and offer up some really rather cute looking animations. This, as we said already, was a total surprise, and from what we've seen of it so far, it looks delightful. Onwards and into the last 10 games of this E3 2021 indie game rundown. The Wandering Village is headed to Steam's early access later this year. When they were kids, with it all set in Ecuador in 2001, around the time the country was about to qualify for the World Cup. This looks so very different, possibly rather special. At number 8, RFM is a colourful, tactical, grid-based battle game featuring retro-futuristic visuals, all within what appears to be a catchy, energetic original soundtrack. This featured within the game's Spot Play for All stream, with the game using both real-time action and time freezing inspired at this Volva Digital. Honest, we're not biased, they just seem to have so many awesome looking games coming out on their roster. Death's Door is the next game from the team who gave us all Titan Souls, and from the look of the trailer, it's very, very much our kind of jam. We're thinking the game will rest on the combat, and from the trailer, it looks like it will deliver on this and some challenging and punchy boss battles. The comedy aspect might be hit and miss, although we don't have too long to find out if this matches our expectations. Death's Door is coming out July the 20th. At number 5, we have the Playdate pre-order announcement, and while some might argue this wasn't part of the official E3 festival, we feel it very much deserves a place in this rundown. Alright, Rankin's time travel adventure by Katamari Damacy. Other fine. There are puzzles and around. We have Planet of Lana. Just look at it. Being part of the Xbox at ID event, which includes access for PC
Okay,
and
let's
Xbox
now
owners
look
to
for
download a playable
Unity.
demo. If you have access to these systems and
Add
haven't
glow
done so,
to
we
background.
really recommend you do as soon as you finish.
Because I'm not really getting more inspiration right now. So let's get going.
Just by adding a glow to our images, we can make our game feel so much more professional, right? It's got to be neon, it's got to be bright. It sets an atmosphere, it sets a mood and a tone to your game. Think about something like Geometry Wars. It wouldn't be the same thing if it wasn't so flashy. And it takes like 2 minutes. I have an empty Unity project here. This is set up for 2D, but it doesn't matter if you're doing 2D or 3D. It's all going to work out the same in the end. And so the first thing we actually want to do is import a Unity package for post-processing. And so to do that, we can come up here to the Window tab in Unity and go to the Package Manager. And once this window's open, you can either scroll down or type in Post in the search and find Post-Processing. We want to click this and hit Install. It might take you a second to install, don't worry about it. Once it's finished, we can go ahead and close that window. Now that we have that package installed, we can come down to the Assets folder, and we want to create a post-processing profile. So if you right-click on Assets and go to Create, you'll find post-processing profile in the menu now. It wasn't here before, and if you didn't install the package, you wouldn't find this. So you can give it a name. I'm going to call this the PP profile. Now that we have our PP profile, we want to set up a post-processing layer, and we can actually do this on the main camera. So let's click on our main camera and go down to Add Component and do a search for Post Process Layer and add it. Underneath the component, you'll see this layer field, and if you try to add, let's say, everything to it, you'll actually get this warning saying do not use everything or default as a layer mask as it will slow down the volume blending process, blah 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 blah. So what we actually want to do is create a new layer that is specifically going to be used for post-processing effects. So if you scroll up to the top of the inspector, you'll see Layer, and we can click this and select Add Layer. And I'm just going to create a new one called Post-Processing, and then going back to the main camera, we can now select the layer, and I'll just make sure post-processing is the one that's selected. I just imported the 64 by 64 pixel square. I'm just going to drag this into the scene so that we can actually see what the post-processing effects are going to do. We're almost there. We actually just want to create a post-processing volume object so we can actually set up these different effects. So what we can do is right-click and create empty game object. I'm going to rename it to PP volume. We can then just move over to the layer field and select this and make sure we set it to our post-processing layer we created earlier. And then once again, we can select Add Component. And this time we want to add the post-process volume component. We'll click that. And then to configure this, we really just want to set is global to true. And then for the profile field, we want to drag in our PP profile. And now we're ready to start adding some effects. So let's go ahead and select Add Effect. We'll go down to Unity. And you can feel free to play with any of these, but the one we're interested to start glowing our objects is the bloom effect. By default, when you add an effect, it comes collapsed like this. So what you can do is actually click on this caret to expand it. Another thing is all these different values you can tweak actually come disabled. So let's go ahead and enable the intensity. And at this point, if you click on the left-hand side of the value box, you'll notice 2 arrows appear. You can click and then drag and it'll increase or decrease the value. And as you slowly increase, you'll notice that it starts to have this certain glow to it, which is basically the exact effect we're looking for. So the higher you get, the more insane it is. But this is literally all it takes to do some post-processing bloom effect. It takes like 5 minutes to do this, and once you do, you can like change the colors of things and it will bloom appropriately. It's basically taking like the sprite or the color of the sprite and blurring it outwards. And ultimately, it just adds like a nice polished look to your games and adds a little bit of atmosphere. So I literally just took that square and I changed the size and color and made a scene out of it. And so, you know, it looks whatever, but then we can just add the bloom effect and without changing any of the assets, and it looks like a much more polished presentation, and we haven't added anything, it's just the bloom effect. Now granted, it's just squares, so I mean the graphics aren't incredible, but it definitely looks like you put more effort in and like it looks more stylized. It undeniably looks cleaner. And that's not even the best part. Eventually, if you just keep turning up your intensity, you'll actually reach a point where it tells you to subscribe to my channel.
Okay, I actually didn't know that you can do it with this kind of method. So, yeah, I'm going to close our project here. Let me look at something. Oh, the moon is actually its own layer. Oh, unfortunately, underneath the moon is another moon. But I think the moon would be a nice start. Yeah. So what we want to do is save here. First, when we are adding some new features, we want to make sure that we make a new copy of the game. And while doing it, we can still try to search for more inspiration. So first, I'm doing this on my second screen right now. Hmm. Getting some protein intake. Because I need to be careful. I don't eat enough. It's going to be unhealthy. And I'm more of a person, because I don't buy any junk food. I'm actually one of the persons who has to be a little bit careful. Now it's always easy to add more junk food to your diet, but I really don't like to. So let's also look into other tutorials. Epic glow. Yeah, that sounds nice.
What's up, guys? Justin here with the realtimeessentials.com, back with another Unity lighting tutorial for you. So in today's video, I wanted to give you an introduction to emissive material. They emit light across their surface area inside of Unity. And so you'd think it would be as simple as just applying an emissive material to a surface and that it would emit light, but there's more to it than that. There's some things that we kind of need to understand. And so I will link to...
So first of all, he's lying in the mid there. It's really easy.
The emissive materials section of the manual, just so you can take a look at it, but we're going to talk through a little bit of this in order to start getting those emissive results, as well as finding a way that makes the real-time emission a little bit better. So first off, what we want to do is I have a scene that I've created in the universal render pipeline, and I want to start by adding a material. So in this case, I'm going to just right click down here, and I'm going to create that material. And we'll just call this emissive white. And we're just going to take that material and we're going to apply it to this box right here. So now we have this material in here, but it's not really doing anything in our scene. So the first thing we need to do inside of the universal pipeline is note that we're using the standard universal render pipeline /lit shader. So that's the kind of shader that we have selected and applied to this material. But what we want to do is we want to check the box for emission. And so first off, when I check the box for emission, notice how nothing is happening. And so the reason nothing is happening is because this is currently set to a black material with 0 intensity. So there's nothing for it to emit, right? So what we want to do is we want to drag this slider like this. And so I can drag this slider to the left, and notice how down below there's options in here for a level of intensity with the light. And so I can click between these different settings. First off, notice that this is starting to glow in our scene, but nothing else is happening. So there's some things we need to look at in order to start getting those results here. But you can adjust the intensity or brightness of the light down here at the bottom. And so part of our problem right now is Unity isn't really set up to do emissive light with the real-time rendering settings at the moment. So there's really two things. The first thing is emissive materials applied to non-static geometry will not contribute to scene lighting. What that means is that anything that's set as non-static or something that's not going to move in your scene, Unity is not going to use that to contribute to the scene lighting. It's not really set up to do that. It also says emission will only be received by objects marked as static or light map static in the inspector, meaning that the emissive material in here or the lighting from the emissive material is only going to be received by something that isn't going to move. And so we can do that by coming in here, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to click on our box, or we're going to set it to static right here. We're also going to click on our plane right here and click on static as well. So what that means is we've just told Unity that these aren't going to move around. Well, now what we can do is we can go to Window, Rendering, Lighting. That's going to pop up the lighting window right here. And what this is going to allow us to do is this is going to allow us to generate the lighting in here. It's basically going to bake a light map. It's going to create like a...
Now I'm remembered. At one point we have to do apply static to tilemap. I've forgotten about that.
texture file that has lighting information contained inside of it. And the reason why it only works with static things is because it takes a while to do that and it can't update that dynamically. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and we want to click on the button for generate lighting. And notice how we've started with a very simple scene right here. But you can see how as this works, this is going through and it's baking a right for generate lighting. And notice how we've started with a very simple scene right here. But you can see how as this works, this is going through and it's baking a map of the light so that Unity sees how all of these objects are going to be affected by this light. Well, now, if we zoom into this, you're going to notice that you're getting a material coming off of the floor or the ground like this. And so one thing to note about that, and notice how if you jump over here, you can see how there's a baked light map, which you can preview, that basically took all the surfaces in here and basically calculated out how the lighting was going to affect everything inside of your scene. And so a couple different things about this. So first off, let's change the color of our material. So if I was to go to my emissive white material, and so let's create a new emissive material in here. So if I go to create material, and let's say I call this one emissive blue. We'll do the same thing where we're going to take this and notice how when I applied this emissive blue material in here, the lighting in my scene didn't change. Well, that's because we didn't rebake our light map with this new information. So we can do that in a second, but first let's set this up. So I'm going to check the emissive box. I'm going to set this to a blue color like this. I'm going to set the intensity to something like, we'll set it to 2 for right now. Well, notice how now it doesn't look very realistic because the light that's coming off this is a different color than the light of the object. So all we have to do to fix that is we're just going to go to Window. We're just going to go back to our lighting window. I'm going to go ahead and drop this over here. And I'm going to rebake or regenerate my lighting settings. So it's going to come back in here and it's going to rerun that with that new color right here. And so now this blue object is casting a blue light. So let's take a look.
So it's using baked lighting. Baked lighting means that it's rendered before you start the game, essentially. And this saves a lot of resourcing powers.
At something else about this. So if we go ahead and we reset the position on this object, so I'm going to create this new object over here, and I'm going to move it over like this. So we're just going to move it kind of close to this object right here. Well, notice how this isn't receiving any light from this object because remember that we didn't set it as static. So if we wanted this to receive light from our emissive material, we would have to set it as a static object and then rebake our light maps, right? So if I do that and then regenerate my lighting, it's going to go through and it's going to redo this light map. Well, notice how now this is receiving a little bit of that blue material in here. And so let's say we just wanted to simulate the emissive effect. So we don't necessarily need the light maps in here in order to do that. And so the way that we're going to do that, let's go in here and let's set our cube right here to non-static and let's rebake our light map. So basically what's going to happen is all the lighting information that's in here is going to go away and I can move this around, but it's not actually going to do anything inside my scene, right? It's not a static object anymore. However, what we can do is we can use settings in order to simulate that effect in real time. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to use a post-processing effect in here in order to create that emissive look, and then we're going to couple it with a light that casts a color that's basically the size of this object. So the way that we're going to do that is first off we want to go select our camera. So in this case we've got a camera right here, and I'm going to take this camera and I'm going to do a line with view right here so that my camera is showing my box. And so within our camera settings, we want to come in and we want to turn on post-processing. So there's an option in here under post-processing that we can use in order to do that. So when I check the box for post-processing, this is going to enable post-processing effects. So now we've checked the box for post-processing, but there's nothing actually happening in here. And so what we need to do is we need to add a new object inside of our scene called a global volume. And so basically what a volume is it's just something that affects the stuff inside of a 3D space. So let's go ahead and add this. We could take a look at it. So we're going to go to Game Object, and under Volume, we want to add a global volume right here. I'm going to go ahead and reset the position, and I'm going to make sure that it's basically centered on this object right here. And so again, notice how it's not doing anything yet. But what we want to do is we want to create a new profile. So notice how there's an option in here for profile right here. We just want to click on the button for new. And so when we add the button for new, what that's going to do is that's going to add a new volume profile to this space, and we want to add an override. And so what the override is going to do is that's going to allow us to add different post-processing effects in this situation. So you can add different effects that are going to occur inside of this space. Well, in this case, we want to select the option for bloom. And so when we select the option for bloom, that's going to give us a number of different options that our camera is going to see. So I'm going to click on this right here for intensity. I'm going to bring the bloom up a little bit. Well, notice how when I bring the bloom up, what this is doing is this is adding a glow around this object right here. So now if I move my cube around, then this object is going to have this kind of like bloom glowing effect around it, right? So if I look at this, this is basically making this glow around the object right here. But let's say that we had a couple other objects in here, right? And remember, this is only showing up because my camera has the post-processing applied to it. But let's say that we were to add a couple other objects though. So let's say we were to add a couple different cubes, for example. So I'm going to add a cube, I'm going to reset it and place it right here. The problem with this is it's not actually casting any light, right, on this cube. So let's say we're to take this cube and scale it along the z-axis and the x-axis, or sorry, along the y-axis like this. Well, notice how this is giving me this bloom setting in here, but it's not actually casting any kind of light in here. Well, in this case, what we're going to do is we're just going to simulate the casting of light by adding a point light and parenting it to this cube. So, because point lights can work in real time, right? So, let's say I was to add a light, and we're just going to call it a point light right here. And I'm just going to reset the position, and I'm going to center it on this object right here. So we're just going to make sure that this is centered on our cube like this. And we'll jump back into perspective mode, and then notice how now that light is actually casting light on this surface right here. But it's casting the wrong color light. So what we want to do is we just want to adjust the color of our light right here, and we just want to mouse over our object, and we're just going to click on this object right here. Well, now it's casting a blue material, right? And you can adjust the intensity up or down if you decide that you want to do that, as well as the range at which it's going to cast light. So maybe you don't want it set like way up here, maybe you want this a little bit lower, but then we're just going to take that object and we're going to make it a child object. So we're going to cut this object, we're going to select our cube, and we're going to paste it as a child. Well, now if I move my cube around, this light is going to move with my cube. And I'm going to adjust this so that it's actually inside of my box like this. And so now you can see if I bring this close to this object, it's going to light it with that blue light. So you can use that in order to simulate that lighting in here. So as long as you don't put your intensity up too high, if you put your intensity up like way or
Nearly every effect that I use has already a light attached to it, but I need to also add some gloom.
if you put your intensity up way high like this, it looks kind of weird because it does look like the light is coming off of a singular point. But if you keep your intensity somewhat low, like this, then it's going to cast that light, and you really can't tell that it's not coming from the glowing of the object. So this is a great workaround for baking your emissive light maps inside of Unity. All right, so
One of my favorite effects to add in Unity is glow. I find that it's a great way to spice up your scene, and I constantly use it for magical effects, light sources, or just to add a sense of wonder. And up until now, making your 2D sprites glow in Unity has actually been a bit of a hassle. But with the new improvements that Unity has made to 2D like shader graph, 2D lights, and a better import workflow, it's actually never been easier. So in this video, we'll have a look at creating something like this. But first, this video is sponsored by Popcore Games. Popcore is an exciting gaming and of a wonder. One of my favorite effects to add is the immediate glowing halo that we add around the sprite to give the impression that it is emitting light. The second effect is light spilling onto and illuminating nearby objects. This part is easy. We can simply add a 2D point light and parent it to our sprite. But the first effect is a bit more tricky. Basically, the halo that we get from glowing sprites comes from a post-processing effect called bloom. Bloom takes the bright parts of an image and kind of blurs them out in order to create the impression of light moving through the air. So to create the halo, we need to add bloom to our scene. But we also need to tell Unity which parts of our sprite should light up and at what color and intensity. To do this, we can create a custom shader that allows us to input a separate texture that only marks the parts of our sprite that we want to glow. This is called an emission map. And the cool thing is that with the new way that we import sprites, we can actually define a secondary texture, like an emission map, inside of the sprite editor. This way, everything will automatically work with animations as well. So with this in mind, let's make some glow. Cool. So as you can see, I've set up this quick example scene inside of Unity. And the assets that I'm using here are from the Gothicvania Church Pack, which is of course freely available on the Asset Store. As always, we'll have a link to this in the description. And my project here is already set up to use URP. As you can see inside of my project here, I have this pipeline asset, which is set up to use the 2D renderer. And if I go edit,
Okay, I'm going to skip a little bit ahead because I've already seen this tutorial, and I think he's going for HDR.
project settings go blank. And that's because we don't have any lights in our scene right now, so it is unlit. So let's go ahead and change that to the sprite lit shader. To find this, we need to make sure to remove the eye up here so that we can see everything in our project. And let's search for lit, and here we have the sprite lit shader. And immediately everything will go blank. And that's because we don't have any lights in our scene right now. Those two, and right away you can see the background light, something like 2, and drag it under the player to parent it, and let's make sure to check this box right here under post-processing. And to make sure that we can use HDR values to tell our bloom what to light up, we need to enable that on our pipeline asset as well.
So he is going for HDR.
So specifically, we want to be brighter than 1 should be lit up. So now that our bloom is the necklace of the character as well as for the attack, I then added a black background and disabled the original sprite. And that was it. However, just to give it a bit of extra detail, I split up the different parts of my player like the necklace and the attack into different layers, and this way I can adjust type from sprite 2D to sign to create a new one. We'll name this one underscore emission. And for the texture here, we can simply drag in our player emission texture. In fact, we can see if this is unlit. And let's just create a material based on this right away. So the material does not have a main texture properties, which is required. So if we then take this, we can actually see this working if we just change the default of our text into our shader. And of course, this works with animation as well. Awesome, so our player is now showing up the way that he's supposed to. So let's go ahead and add our emission map onto this. To do that, we need to add another property up here in just the same way. This is again going to be a texture 2D. Let's call this one emission. And then for the reference, we'll type in the same thing that we typed into the secondary texture name, which is underscore emission. And this way, Unity is again going to find this property and automatically input our emission map. So we can now take this here. We can go from the texture here into a sample texture node, which is again going to convert it to color data. And then we can actually just add these two together. So we can take our normal texture here, put it into an add node, then take our emission map, drag it into the other part of that add node, and take the result into our master. And again, just to preview this happening, let's change the default here to our player emission. And as you can see, that looks a bit weird, and that's because we're currently multiplying everything together. We're taking both the red, green, blue, and alpha channel of our sample texture here, and we don't really want to do that. In fact, because we're using white and black, we can take only the red, green, or blue channel, because all of them are going to be the same. So I'm just going to take the red channel here and add that. And right away we can see in the preview here that all the parts that we want to close, so the necklace and the attack, suddenly turned white. And if we just save this and go into Unity, we can see immediately that our necklace indeed lights up. In fact, we can go ahead and change the color and intensity of all the parts.
Now what he did here is he made an extra sprite sheet for the globe, and I think we can skip this part. I might have a good workaround for this, for some particle effects. You can, for example, take your sprite and in shader graph just filter out the red parts by using the R color channel and then multiply that so you have enough intensity for HDR.
Parts that we want to close, so the necklace and the attack, suddenly turned white. And if we just save this and go into Unity, we can see immediately that our necklace indeed lights up. In fact, we can go ahead and change the color and intensity of this by just multiplying with a color node. So let's just make a property over here. Let's make it of type color. Let's just call it color. Let's click and drag it in here. And before we add our emission map here, let's just multiply our sample texture. Multiply that with our color. And then go from the result of that into our add. Then we can set the color to anything that we'd like. I'm going to change the mode here from default to HDR so that we can choose an intensity. And I'm just going to set it to some kind of bright blue here. Let's set the intensity to something like 2 maybe. And right away we can see that looking better. I'm just going to move everything over. There we go. And if we now save this and go into Unity, we can see that we have a blue glowing necklace. In fact, we can really easily adjust the color and intensity of this by just selecting the player material here and changing around the color inside of the inspector. So I'm definitely going to make this a bit brighter. Let's set it to something like 3.6, and we can see how cool that looks. And the best part is that if we go ahead and hit play now, we can actually see that this moves with our player and all of the animations. And if I attack, we can see just how much of an impact this effect can have. And because all of this stuff is happening at runtime, we can actually go in here and change the color. So we can just change it to say a bright orange instead. And there we go. He's now more of a fire caster than a water bender. So
okay, now let's go for the last one.
No, but seriously, that's the effect we'll be achieving today. 2D and 3D, wait for the Unity to enter. We then go to the package manager and wait for it to load all the packages. By the way, from my observations, Unity is like 10% Stack Overflow and 90% waiting. We take Unity registry and then go and find and then download post-processing package, which version is 2.3.0 at the time of recording. So we create a new game object. We call it empty. Then we add a component, we type post-processing and we choose post-process volume. Here we tick is global, and then when it comes to profile, we press new to create a new profile. Then we add an effect, which will be an override, and we choose Unity Bloom, of course, because that's what the tutorial is about. We'll leave it for now. We'll come back later here. Now we go to the camera settings, and here we'll add a component, but this time it will be post-process layer. Alright, so the second one. And here, when it comes to layer, we'll choose everything. Why not? And really that's it. If you want to know more about the details concerning post-processing stuff, then go and check my post-processing course I've published on the very same channel you're watching this video on. As the very next step, we'll create a new material. We'll call the material new material, so just press enter. And then when we go to the settings, we toggle on the emission and pick some color of the emission. I choose white. And obviously we need to drag and drop this piece of material onto our cube. And as you can see, the cube is emitting light. I mean, you can't see that yet because... And also we've got the albedo, which is like the main color.
Okay, he's also setting this up with the material. I think we can close this one because this is the same method as these two. I think the best videos tutorials were this one and this one. Actually, this was really short and informative. This one, I felt like I didn't learn that much from him for some reason. Maybe it was weirdly explained. He got it right. He got everything right, but I don't know. Something did put me off. And I want to watch this one again before we go back into the game.
It's got to be bright. It sets an atmosphere, it sets a mood and a tone to your game. Think about to the assets folder, and we want to create a post-processing profile. So if you right-click on assets and go to create, you'll find post-processing profile in the menu now. It wasn't here before, and if you didn't install the package, you wouldn't find this. So you can give it a name. I'm going to call this the PP.
Okay, because we are finished with copying the game. We made a safety copy. I'm going to add this copy. So here we go. There's also a new install, I think. For 2022. Yeah, this one. We're going to apply this to our game. Let's see. We're not going to build WebGL. Okay. Let's hit next. Let me look up if I have enough space on my... There's not enough space. Okay. God damn it. So, might have to delete something. With enough space. Was just deleting all the old traders there. This should make it possible. Yep, that's enough space freed up. Okay, and this will maybe take some time until it finishes, and I don't seek for much inspiration anymore. So I will make a short break because I will need to wait until it is finished loading right here. So see you back later. And I'm going to do a short break for 10 minutes or something. See you then. Hello everybody, so I'm back at it. I lit my room a little bit up because it's better for your eyes basically. Even though I have the feeling like it looks a little bit better if behind me that kind of LED light is not being lit and has a lot of blue. But yeah, my eyes are actually very important, and I also use a gymnastics ball now, so no need for my chair now. Just have to sit a little bit in variety. So where are we? We want to add some bloom effects, and we have this awesome sub-step to-do list here, which can leave us some hints what we want to start with. So let's start with this task here. Apply bloom to the moon. Now we have watched some tutorials, and I'm going to use this tutorial, this 4-minute tutorial right here, to set up the Unity editor and try to apply bloom to the moon. This tutorial here is taking 4 minutes, but we will take a little bit longer. And can promise you 4 minutes not enough to do this properly. But I still think, even though this video is 4 minutes long, it's really good. So I'm going to put this onto my second monitor and going to play it.
Profile. Now that we have our PP profile, we want to set up install. It might take you a second to install.
So we need the first thing. We need the post-processing install. So let's look it up. Okay, now post-processing has not been installed. Interesting. I'm not sure how this works with the universal rendering pipeline. So we might fuck ourselves up here. That's why we made a copy of the game. And let's go. As long as it's installing, let's look for the next step.
Don't worry about it. Once it's finished, we can go ahead and close that window. Now that we have that package installed, we can come down to the assets folder, and we want to create a post-processing profile. So if you right-click on assets and go to create,
and then we will go into our assets folder. We can't do anything right now because we are in this loading screen. So you need to adjust the camera a bit because I'm sitting higher now. Yeah, this is taking a while. Now it's reloading. Okay. Okay, this has been imported. So I think this is already now in the game now. So where do we put it? Where do we put this? Is it store tools? No. Resources? That's not right. Let's see where the universal windowing pipeline is. It's in maps test. Yeah, that's not really test. But let's now create our post-processing profile. Let's call it really PP profile. Post-processing profile. Okay, and then let's follow the tutorial a little bit more.
You'll find post-processing profile in the menu now. It wasn't here before, and if you didn't install the package, you wouldn't find this. So you can give it a name. I'm going to call this the PP profile. Now that we have our PP profile, we want to set up a post-processing layer, and we can actually do this on the main camera. So let's click on our main camera and go down to Add Component and do a search for Post Process Layer and add it. Underneath the component, you'll see this layer field, and if you try to add, let's say, everything to it, you'll actually get this warning saying do not use everything or default as a layer mask as it will slow down the volume blending process, blah 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 blah. So what we actually want to do is create a new layer that is specifically going to be used for post-processing effects. So if you scroll up to the top of the inspector, you'll see Layer, and we can click this and select Add Layer. And I'm just going to create a new one called Post Processing. And then going back to the main camera, we can now select the layer. And I'll just make sure Post Processing is the one that's selected. I just imported the 64 by 64 pixel square. I'm just going to drag this into the scene so that we can actually see what the post-processing effects are going to do. We're almost there. We actually just want to create a post-processing volume object so we can actually set up these different effects. So what we can do is right-click and create empty game object. I'm going to rename it to PP volume. We can then just move over to the layer field and select this and make sure we set it to our post-processing layer we created earlier. And then once again, we can select Add Component. And this time we want to add the post-process volume component. We'll click that. And then to configure this, we really just want to set is global to true. And then for the profile field, we want to drag in our PP profile. And now we're ready to start adding some effects. So let's go ahead and select Add Effect. We'll go down to Unity. And you can feel free to play with any of these, but the one we're interested to start glowing our objects is the bloom effect. By default, when you add an effect, it comes collapsed like this. So what you can do is actually click on this caret to expand it. Another thing is
I've got some lag here.
All these different values
I might have to refresh.
you can tweak actually come
Yeah, I got to refresh
disabled.
the video.
So let's go ahead and enable the intensity. And at this point, if you click on the left,
Fortunately, I do not see any glow. I think I should see a glow.
just by adding a glow to our images, we can make our game feel so much more professional.
Sorry, my browser is lagging. I think might not like so many tabs. Like four videos is too much.
It'll increase or decrease the value. And as you slowly increase, you'll notice that it starts to have this certain glow to it, which is basically the exact effect we're looking for. So the higher you get, the more insane it is. But this is literally all it takes to do some post-processing.
I don't see anything. So in the camera, it might be that this doesn't work with the universal window
Processing
pipeline.
bloom effect. It takes like 5 minutes to do this, and once you do, you can like change the colors of things and it will bloom appropriately. It's basically taking like...
Let's read the information in the package manager. Okay, let's view the documentation. Certain effects are not compatible with universal rendering pipeline. Okay, let's look at the bloom and see if it's compatible. Okay, no information given. We should be able to see this already. Just enable anything. Look if it changes. No, it's not. Nothing so far. Let's create a new game object. It's going to create a cube here. And let's see, add the profile. Okay, it also does nothing. So it's not the moon, it's not the moon. So this is why I said from the beginning, it's not going to work immediately.
the sprite or the color of the sprite and blurring it outwards. And ultimately, it just adds like a nice polished look to your games and adds a little bit of atmosphere. So I literally just took that square and I changed the size and color and made a scene out of it. And so, yeah, this we really just want to set is global to true. And then for the profile field, or And if you didn't install the package, you wouldn't find this. So you can give it a name. I'm going to call this the PP profile. Now that we have our PP profile, we want to set up a post-processing layer. And we can actually do this on the main camera. So let's click on our main camera and go down to add component and do a
See if we edit the layer. No. Ah, didn't change anything. It's unfortunate.
search for post-process layer and add it. Underneath the component, you'll see this layer field. And if you try to add, let's say, everything to it, you'll actually get this warning saying, do not use everything or default as a layer mask as it will slow down the volume blending process, blah, 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 blah. So what we actually want to do is create a new layer that is specifically going to be used for post-processing effects. So if you scroll up to the top of the inspector, you'll see layer, and we can click this and select add layer. And I'm just going to create a new one called post-processing. And then going back to the main camera, we can now select the layer, and I'll just make sure post-processing is the one that's selected. I just imported the 64 by 64 pixel square. I'm just going to drag this into the scene so that we can actually see what the post-processing effects are going to do. We're almost there. We actually just want to create a post-processing volume object so we can actually set up these different effects. So what we can do is right-click and create empty game object. I'm going to rename it to PP volume. We can then just move over to the layer field and select this and make sure we component. We'll click that. Now to Unity. And you can feel free to play with any of these, but the one we're interested to start glowing our objects.
Okay, let's see if universal rendering pipeline is not compatible. Okay, this is not what we are looking for. Okay, so I guess it's not compatible with universal rendering pipeline. Let's try and jump to the moon and look if it blooms.
Lane!
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I can see it in the top right. It's not doing anything. So let's stop. Put the character here. Put the moon down here. So post-processing volume does not work actually. Let's remove this component and look for other volumes. Can add volume. And what we don't want with this is to change the global volume. That's exactly what we don't want to do. These are set to bloom in certain circumstances, and if we change this, this will mess up with our current setup. But you could make everything bloom. Yeah, that's nice, but it's not what we are going for. Like, hey, now we fixed the game. We fixed the game. Everything blooms. Yeah. Just like that. Okay, let's go try something else. And I'm a little disappointed that the scatter is a fixed value. Let's put scatter to a really high value. For now. But this is not what we are looking for. Or probably bloom. Oh, this is how it's done. No, that's global. Come on. I only want this object to bloom. Not the whole scene. I mean, eventually this does a lot. This is really nice, but I only want certain object to emit this kind of bloom and soften up the environment. And right now, we cannot do this. Oh no. I think I messed up. I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. So this is messed up. God damn it. Was this here before? Hmm. Let's change the level. Let's not save this. Yeah, we might have to. Ooh. We might have to adjust our shader here, but I think they changed how their shaders work. Now my shaders are messed up. Let's go into a normal level. Take a look. Okay, this looks fine. Okay, now this here is a preview error. Don't have to worry about that one too much. But there are certain things that should gloom. Now let's look if our old hit effect of our skill 0 2 effect are still glooming in the dark. Because we set up our, some effects that can really gloom in the dark. We have to find them. Okay, let's skill 0 2 0 2. Skill 0. Oh, it's named hit scan hit effect. Let's see. It's wrong one. Okay, this still has some gloom. That's nice. Oh, I was starting to worry a little bit that we lost our gloom information. Oh, let's put this one to looping. Oh, this does affect it. Oh, so we just changed how our gloom effects are scattering are applied. Put this to 1 1. So now, why does this bloom? It's because the color inside of there is stronger than 1. It's as simple as it is. So, how do we do this for the moon? So I'm really a little bit irritated why the bloom has to be set up globally. I don't really like that. But we don't really have the choice here. So let's put the moon. Let's copy the moon. Oh, it's just in the test level, so it doesn't matter too much. But let's put the moon here right here. And Can we edit color here? No. Create a new material. We're calling the No, I don't want to change anything about this white, but what are you doing, Unity? Revert. Okay. So let's create a new shader graph. Now I have to think if this is lit or unlit. Basically because it's emitting light, so it doesn't need to lit itself up. No, it's lit. Going to light itself up. Moon shader. It's a sprite. The sprite lit. Okay, let's create our main text. Create texture. And our main text is Now for our preview. And just simply add the alpha channel here. I think it's not going to use the base color, because then we have also the alpha channel into split. Vector 3. And put this in here. And now we should actually see something. Let me think. Shouldn't work. Oh, the main preview. Thank you, main preview, for not showing what we actually get. That's nice. Really, but the main preview not displacing the white colors. It's actually pretty annoying. And now it doesn't work. Oh, it's and now okay, the main preview is a little bit bugged. Something that Unity has to take care of, please. So, how do we make this sprite lit? Now this is just a normal sprite with normal colors, and there's no lit information. And we want this sprite to be much stronger. So what we can do is we're just going to multiply and can add in this vector 3 here. See, now nothing should be happening. The main preview is again bugged. Can you please stop this? Now what should actually happen if we multiply everything by 2? Now you see the moon now is very lit. Okay, let's save this asset. And let's apply this to the moon. Now it actually should emit light already. Let me look into the graph. Because the values we have here for the color information should be way higher than 1. Okay, let's just multiply by 4. This should be complete overkill. Save the asset and look into the game. And it's starting to glow. Put it to 8. Save the asset. Yeah, now we have some glow. Okay, but this is way too hard. Now we have some glow here, but it actually is destroying all our information. Now we can just cheat this moon, put it behind the other moon. And here we go. Now let's go even more overboard with the lid. Okay, let's play the game. Let's see how this looks. I think this is still not the solution that we are looking for. Yeah, that's not the solution that we are looking for. Because it's also not adding itself to other layers, which is really weird. So what can we do about this? What if we put this in the units? Then it's going to glow into the units layer. If we put it in the background, yeah, we don't see anything at all. I think it's because it's behind the other moon that we don't see anything. Now, having this kind of effect here with the moon would be nice. It would be a little bit more subtle. We would have the option to just edit this one bloom, but we can only edit the bloom globally, which is really not nice. It's also looking like it's just burning down every cloud there. And we need to fix this. Okay, we cannot do it like this. Let's maybe change the alpha then. What if we put this more in the foreground? What if we edit the alpha? This. I think now it's just not strong enough. If you yeah, now you barely notice it's blooming. That's not cool. Now to maybe change a little bit how it looks, let's try power instead of multiplication. So the dark areas might look better. And the preview is bugged again. Thank you. Preview, please. Can you work? Okay, it's just wide. That's odd. Yeah, we actually lost information there. Okay. So let's add 111. And then power. So now it shouldn't be darker. And it's brighter. Not bright enough. Let's look into this volume here. Ooh. Well, let's not add hint. Also, why is this global? Why would you add a global tint? Maybe. It's just optimization. Okay, now let's change something. Let's look into what each of these color channels look like. So we're going to use the preview. Let's look just into red. Okay, red is basically the whole moon. Look into green. Red is a little brighter. Look into blue. Interesting. So if you just multiply the blue channel, what happens to the blue channel? See that? This is really a little bit messy yet. Let's see what the blue channel looks like. Okay, it's white. Okay, now I'm trying different filters to filter out the bright parts. This is not bright enough. Okay, I'm going to turn off the music. It's a little bit annoying. I'm sorry, but I'm not too much into Lo-fi. Just trying out the new stuff. But you say the Twitch soundtrack by Twitch sounds are not that good, to be honed. Tried them out so long now, but Man, really don't have good soundtracks. We really have to find some kind of free soundtrack. Oof, maybe take a while. So, okay, we only care about Bloom from this. Maybe aliasing, but yeah, not really. If this works out much better, we need to find a way um, to darken dark areas first. So how do we do with this? Let's add clamp and put in blue. This to 0. Now we only have the dark areas here. clamp this. So we don't want minus values. Add 1. Let's see the final result. Okay. Let's multiply this. It's getting a little bit cramped on top here. If you now multiply the bright parts, then for them. Now you see we can only brighten up the really bright parts. A little bit more of control over what we want to really show and what not. Like this. Okay. Let's look into the game. And yeah, okay. It was worth a try. Unfortunately, it did not fade very well. Hmm. So we need to do this, but less extreme. Let's see how this looks. I think this looks better. I'm not 100% convinced that this is a good shader. Oh, we can just do this multiplication though. See? Hmm. Now let's try another method. That is go to the moon and create a new shader. This time a shader. Universal windowing pipeline. Are you doing? Material. Yeah, I want to create a material. Moon material. And actually don't want this to have this here. Let's delete this and get back to the moon folder. Move. Create material moon. Okay, and this universal rendering pipe and it's white. 2D sprite lit default. Okay. Now this is not what we want. We want this to be lit because we want to have some options for an emission map. And here we have an emission map. So we're going to use emission. This is as emission map. Come on. Now let's apply this to the moon. Let's fix the error. Main does not have a main text. Main text. I need to write main text with uppercase. Okay, now that is fixed. But we want to use this material here. Now here in the mission, we can set up intensity. And it's not doing anything. Let's maybe not use this mission map. Hmm. So to use the mission map, you would have to multiply the actual moon. Yeah, I think. Oh, okay. Now it works. Now we should be able to set this up. Oh, that's quite intense. 4 minus 10. Oh, that's because it's not because of the mission map. Whoops. Let's make this metallic. Okay, doesn't do anything. Okay, let's try out something else. Maybe try a particle. Interesting. Okay, now I think we should not work with this material anymore. Because when we are doing shader graphs, we have way more control over the outcome. And with this, it's much more like just guessing. Yeah. So let's delete this material, even though it's used. This moon is now going to get its own moon material. Yay! Now, the only thing that I want to do, I want the dark parts to stay like this and the white parts to be a little bit brighter. So I can just try to clamp a little more. Add more multiplication. Save the asset. Yeah. Now it's at least emitting a wall. Now let's try how much can I go forward. It's a little bit too much. Let's try lower value. Okay, and let's try this in the game, how it looks. Yeah, it looks just fine. It still has its color. Just working fine. I think it's a little bit over the top though. I think we have to reduce the spread. Because it's annoying me a little bit. Okay, let's just split to 0.5. Now the only thing that we cannot do, and I would like to do, to also have some blue light coming from the background here. From this background, and have this light emit over all of these stones. The problem lies within the following. If you're emitting light, it's always going to be very bright, a very bright color that you're emitting. And I do not have a way to apply just a little bit to this background here. So this background here, it's never going to, if I would apply bloom to the background would actually be so bright that it will just be like in the daytime. We don't want this. So what would happen if we would just apply our shader to these to this background? Let's do this moon. Ooh, that's interesting. Didn't expect that will happen. I think that looks actually better. Okay, now we have these blinking lights. These ones. Can we add a material? I don't think this will work. Okay, now this is interesting. Now these stars, they are all little moons. You don't see this, they are all little moons. Let's check this out. Let's check this out. Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm more into the smaller lights, but what we can do here is we can make a new material. If we go into the moon folder, if we make a new material here, call it star material, and choose our shader graph for the moon. And instead of this, we are going to use one of our particles. Let's use this soft particle. Or there's also a hard one. Let's use a soft one. Or this medium one. And apply this to our particle system. See how it looks. Okay, they are very big. Now they should be white. I think they are a little bit too big though. Can't change the material though. So let's try different materials. No, don't think it's a good idea. Let's go for the medium particle. And then going into this emitter right here and just decrease their size. Okay, that was too much. I think this is a visual improvement overall. So we are going to keep this. So now every star is emitting a small fraction of light. We see this when we look at the moon. The moon is also now emitting light, and it's actually even emitting a little light to the foreground, which is really nice to have. And I think if we experiment with this a little bit, I think some stars are still a little bit too big. like this one. But if we keep experimenting with this a little bit, it might look really pretty in the end. So what we can do now is we can give the stars a little bit more of light emission. So for this, we are going to use the shader graph of the moon. So we've set up the moon now to emit very bright light on its bright parts, but we have excluded the dark parts. But for the stars, we don't want any dark parts to be excluded because they don't have any dark parts. We don't want the color to be really in a yellow tint. They are pure white. So what we can do is we make a new shader in the moon folder. This is going to be a shader graph. And it's going to be lit sprite lit. Okay, this is going to be the star shader. Okay, now let's look at this inside of the shader graph. We don't have anything here, but we can copy our work from the moon. So let's go into the star shader and copy every work that we have from the moon. Create a new main text, main texture, which is expected by the inspector and the renderer. So in this instant, we want the main text to be a medium particle. This one. This is going to be our star. We are going to choose this one because this has a very strong white center, and the emission is going to do the rest for us. So going to plug in our main texture here. Don't see anything right now, which is a little bit inconvenient. So this is also used for the alpha. We are not going to edit the alpha in any way. So we need a split. The split is white. And for this, here we just want to power it. Use power. We need this to be a vector 3. Plug it into power. And now we are actually done. We could also use multiplication. It doesn't really matter. They both do the same. The only thing that we can still change is use a float. Call this power. So we can later in the inspector go and edit how much we want to emit, and don't have to look into this graph again. Okay, we're going to save. And let's apply our star material now to our stars. And let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, they work. They work. Now we're going to create a new material and call this material star material. And we already have one. So can delete this and just for this one use the star material shader graph And now we can choose how much we want to power our stars. Now they should emit light, but they don't do. We can first try to use a ridiculously high number here. Okay, this doesn't do anything. Let's go back into the shader. Interesting. I think our preview is bugged. I'm going to restart the shader graph. Now we see the real preview. Okay, at least some progress here. It's instead of power, because I'm not quite sure. I know what's happening. Power is not doing anything if it's less than 1. Yeah, okay, now it doesn't make sense. We need to add 1 or multiply. Let's instead of power multiply. So multiply this. What this does, if we have information inside of this texture here, there's values from 0 to 1 to, about how much light we emit. And now multiplicator. Okay, and now we are going to multiply the color data. So we get color data that is stronger than 1. Now this is dark in here because we multiply by 0 now. And inside of this graph here, should be able to multiply it even further. Let me look if we have plugged it in right. Actually, this should work. Oh, it does. Why? Okay, now here we go. Now we can on the fly change how much light is emitted by the stars. So we can go for ridiculously bright to not bright at all. And I want them to be like this big maybe. And now we can, inside of the particle system, adjust their final size a little bit. Yeah, I think this is the right size. Let's try to play the game and look how well it looks. I like them, but I think some are too small. I'm going for the final touches. Okay, so let's go back for some more size. And I think their lifetime could be a little bit shorter. Okay, let's try this in the game. Okay, I think this is I think it's fine. The only thing that I will change now is a little bit more emission, and we're done. So let's put this to 20. Take a final look. Yep, I think this is fine. Now we really have some real stars in our background. I think they could maybe be a little bit more. So now going for some final changes until we are really hitting a soft spot. So let's try different values. Okay, I like it. But the only thing that I now have to improve is we have too many particles. These are 1,500 particles. That's too much. That's too much, actually. So we need to find out why we have so many particles and where are they. So for this, I'm going to move the background to another spot. You can see it better. Okay. Oh, I really like how it looks in the dark. Ooh, interesting. So let's try out this. Think it's emitting too many stars. No, it doesn't. It's perfectly in its borders. So what else could it be? Now this says it has 1,500 particles, but I feel like I only see a few hundred. This might be 200 particles. Are they just so small that I don't see them? Yeah, there's just a lot of small particles. So we have to do something about that. So we can't have one emitter emit 1,000 particles. 500 is maximum. We should not have more than 500 particles. It's not gonna be good for the performance. So let's decrease the lifetime again. Okay, let's put it back down. See how it looks inside of the light. Now they're a little bit bigger. I need to put them back down to a normal size. Okay, that's nice. And we're done. We actually improved. We actually improved the look of the stars a little bit. Let's maybe make one last time that we play the game and try out how it looks. Oh, now I didn't align the background to the camera. Whoopsie. To put this to the 0 position and press play. Okay, that's fine. Normally this would be our view. And here are our stars. Okay, the next thing that we want to do here is we want to find a way to make our background a little bit darker. Because I think the brightness of the stars, because they are very bright, are a really good contrast to a dark background. So for this, we're going to create, of course, a new shader. And this one will also be lit. We're going to call this the background shader. And business as usual. Save this asset. Open the moon shader. And copy this shader for a good start. So let's drag in our main texture. And use it as a starting point. We have to find the name of our background. Okay, it's called Hintergrundrahmen. Now we're going to plug it in. And our main preview is unfortunately bugged, but we can work with this. Just have to compare this shader with this shader. really a little bit unfortunate that I don't see the final result. Hmm. Now, what are we doing here? We're going to filter out the stars. We want to keep the stars. Let's filter them out. Multiply the stars by really high value and then subtract 1. So this way, the stars here should emit light, but the background should be way darker. So let's try this out. With our background shader, if we apply it to the background, see what happens. Okay, it seems like we have lost our color information. That's not good. Okay, let's see what happened. I'm going to create a new node. Oh, I see what happened. I plugged it into the wrong spot. I have to plug it into the base color. So now it should work. Yeah, okay. Now we can adjust our background color on the fly. And oh no, what is this? The moon is now looking weird. Ah, okay, we fix this. Could fix it. Let's hit play. Okay, now this doesn't look much better. I actually think this is making it worse. Okay, let's make it a little bit brighter. And also I don't like that we can't use this this background picture, which actually has some information for the moonshine we want to add. So for the preview here, I want to use this texture here with the moon on it. Now this holds the information for this moonshine effect here. And it actually adds up to the other effects and looks quite nice if I want to have it. And we need to tone down a little bit so it doesn't look odd. Okay, like this, maybe. Maybe add a little bit more. Just a little bit. Okay, save the asset. And let's try it out again. Yeah, that looks okay. Okay. Now, if I next time come into this shader graph and want to adjust it, the only values that I really want to change are the clamp values and the multiplication values. So I'm going to define some global floats for that. So I can change it in the inspector and don't have to look into the shader graph again. Plug this in here to multiply. Set this to 3.4, so this is the old value. And now I can simply change it in the inspector later. Also, I'm going to create a node vector 2 for the clamp. Set it to 0.12 and 0.42. Split it up. And put it into clamp. So now I can change these values from the inspector anytime. And also want to final add. Want to change the final add value. Oops. So now I can save this asset here for the background, close it, make a material, call it background material, tie this to this background, make sure we use our defined shader graph. Now I can just try to change things here until I think they look good. Now I have an easier time just changing the values until I think that's nice. I think this amount of blue looks nice. Can also change these clamp values. Okay, and let's hit play. Okay, now we have a really nice night. So what can we also do? We can try to remove these clouds right here, which look nice actually, but we can remove them and use fog effects instead. And this will be experimental. I don't know if I will use this in the game. This is just to try out some new stuff and see how it looks. So let's create an empty here. Cloud particles. And this will be a particle emitter. So what do we have for clouds? Let's add some smoke here. So we have smoke effects. Some sprite sheets. Now we see they look really weird because we haven't set up the sprite sheet yet. So let's hit sprite sheet animation. I think this is a 8x8 sprite. Yep. Okay, these are not good clouds. They are not clouds. Do we have clouds? No, not really. Smoke. We do have smoke though. This is a 5x5 sheet. And to make them look like real clouds, we might have to add some trails. What do you need as trail material? Also the smoke. That doesn't work. That won't work. Maybe with sub-emitters. And set up the sub-emitter to make more smoke. No shape. I don't see the sub-emitter doing anything right now. Oh yes, I see. But we cannot see it because it's in the background. Okay, let's set this up to be sheet. Now we see we have a sub-emitter. That looks really weird, like a really weird trail. So what's happening right here? Let's look how we really do this. We're emitting this into nowhere. Okay. So let's change the shape of our emitter. We don't want a cone. We want a box. This box should be really big. Like or screen size. But let's for testing just make it maybe a 10 by 20. And let's give them a velocity, speed. We have our small little clouds here. They still don't look good at all. Because they are sub-emitters. They are more looking like some rockets. I do actually think that our sprite sheet does not make a very good cloud effect. That's very unfortunate. I don't but I have the feeling that we don't have a good cloud effect here. So I think this is never going to work. Unless we set the sub-emitter to start at a bigger size. Now they look kind of cloudish. Maybe have to give them a shape. For a circle. So they are a little bit more random. Now we do have some cloud effect. I'm still not convinced that this is a good cloud effect. I actually think this is not better than the clouds that we have right now, because they all look the same. I think we might add them on top of the other clouds. But this is one big sprite sheet. No, this is one big sprite. We cannot do that. We don't have the information for that. So, No, okay. We're not going to use them as clouds because the sprite sheet that we have here is not set up to be cloud effect. It's not working too well. We tried to fix this. Unfortunately, I think the sprite sheet itself, it's a repeating smoke effect, which is going to be coming out of nowhere and then disappear again. And we can loop this, but it will always look a little bit weird at the start. See the start? Always going to look a little bit weird, which is unfortunately making this not a good cloud effect. Because if we want to use this as a cloud effect, we would have to put this here, emit the clouds where the at a point where the user wouldn't see it outside of the camera borders, and we would have to set the lifetime to a really high value, like 12 or something, so that the clouds can pass the user. And now we are running out of particles. Yeah, now this has I think the sub-emitter has too many particles. Yeah, the sub-emitter cannot keep up with so many particles. It has now 1000 particles. We can set this up to 10,000 and see how it looks. And Unity is already loading a lot because we are emitting so many particles that we are going to run into problems. So I guess we are going to skip this for now. There has to be a better way to make clouds. So I think for today it's nearly 1 o'clock and I've done a very long stream. I'm going to end the stream for now, and tomorrow I'm going to continue to make bloom and gloom, mainly bloom effects, and add them to your attacks so that your attack have a nice emitting light from them, and try to improve from there. Okay, thank you for today, for watching today, or for everybody who watches the VOD later. It has been a very long stream. My tongue is a little bit numb right now, and I want to wish everybody a good night, and thank you for watching and coming in. Goodbye.